Bryson. Welcome to the executive track. I am currently out of uniform while I do some technical troubleshooting. Be with you in a second.
If you're taking a minute, I'm going to go and get another gin. Can you hear me okay?
All right.
Can anyone
Hopefully
hear
we will
me?
be kicking off with Dan DeCloss here. Think. There we go. All right. So Dan DeCloss, no, you aren't secure, so stop asking.
Good morning or afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Dan DeCloss. I am here to present to you, No, You Aren't Secure, so Stop Asking. This is a presentation for the Purple Team Summit, November 13th, 2020. You're actually getting this from a recording because I was unable to attend this session in live format, but I really appreciate you guys joining me today. I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about an exploration in the right security metrics to be recording and talking about within your organizations, and how purple teaming can really be a game changer when it comes to the metrics for the future of your security program. First off, just a little bit about me. Again, my name is Dan DeCloss. I am the founder and CEO of PlexTrack. I have over 15 years in cybersecurity specifically. Spent pretty much my entire career, professional career as a security practitioner, worn a lot of hats, have several certifications, also have my bachelor's of science degree and master's of science degree in computer security. So spent a lot of time living this pain. I was a security director. I was a penetration tester. I found the value in purple team exercises from an early on capability, and just am excited to show what we've learned throughout this process and how do we start shifting the culture from a security metrics and analytics perspective. Because truly, at the end of the day, I very am passionate about focusing on what matters within cybersecurity and keeping the work and the efforts focused on getting the real work done. So excited to share with you today a little bit about what we think has been a game changer from the metrics perspective and how to start asking the right questions. So the agenda for today, we're going to talk about, what does it mean when someone says, are we secure? And is that the right question to be asking? And you've already gotten the preview. No, it's not the right question to be asking. So what are the right questions to be asking? We'll dive in a little bit to like what the current state of common security metrics are. And then we'll also be identifying like what should we be measuring? And then finally, we'll talk about purple teaming and how we really feel like purple teaming is for the win and what metrics are actually going to be relevant in your security programs that you can start helping identify the goals that you want your program to achieve. So first off, in introduction, are we secure? How often do we get that question? And most of the time we're like, what does that even mean? It gets very fatiguing as a security professional to try and get that question all the time and really not have a very good answer, because truthfully, we don't even really know what does it mean to be secure. Really, it's the wrong question to be asking. And it really oftentimes starts to lead to misinformation. And we feel like we have to just say yes or no. And it's not a yes or no question. Security is very nuanced, as we all know. There's a lot of things that we're focused on within our programs. And so really what this indicates is that we have a culture shift that needs to occur at the top from the people asking these questions from the top down. We need to be understanding that they're not getting the right information to be able to ask the right questions. So we really have to start shifting the culture of how do we say, this is what's going on in our program, this is what's working, this is what's not. And these are the things that we should all be focused on from a security perspective. So we need to start shaping the narrative of the questions that get asked of us, with real metrics. And so we have to start identifying what are the true goals of our metrics that we can start shifting this culture from the bottom up, and then begin to ask the right questions of our leadership, being able to provide them the right answers. So as we get started, I also want to kind of demystify this maturity misconception. right? Oftentimes we feel like we may not be ready for purple teaming or even penetration testing because we don't have a certain level of maturity within our organization. And I think that this is a bad approach to take because maturity scores don't matter, from the attacker's perspective. And you shouldn't have to be waiting for some achievement within compliance or achievement within a security program or some form of maturity score to really begin to do some of these principles and really start heading down the purple teaming route. And we'll explain what purple teaming is here in a little bit, but I just want to kind of get at this at the beginning to say, like, you don't have to be in this extreme state of maturity to start this process. I always encourage people to start now, start small, and then you can start showing your progress. So it's just really important to remember that all of the things that we're going to talk about today don't require any form of high level maturity within your security program. And I think what you'll actually find is that it actually helps elevate your maturity a lot more quickly and fast. So let's start with, what are some of the traditional metrics that security teams are gathering today and that you hear a lot about? Things like mean time to detection. What is mean time to detection? Well, that's typically when you are able to, as a security program, be able to detect when an incident has actually occurred, right? And so being able to calculate the mean time to detection truly is a forensic effort. It really means that you have to know exactly when that attack started, when the intrusion actually occurred, so that you can actually determine, here's when the rough time frame of when it started, and then here's when we actually were alerted by our security systems in some capacity, or our external MSSP, that this actually occurred. And we'll talk a lot more about how purple teaming is going to help in this metric alone. But another traditional metric is the mean time to response. So once we've actually had an alert in our system or something like this, how quickly does it take our team to actually start responding to the issue? Some people will go ahead and say that the response is also the cleanup or the remediation. I like to view it as, this is the time that it took from the time a system or somebody alerted the security team of the issue to the time when they actually started working on it. And then the mean time to fix, or sometimes what I'll refer to as the mean time to remediation, is how long it took between the time that they picked it up and started the response capability to the time that the issue was actually resolved. This is also an important metric when we're talking about vulnerability management, being able to identify how quickly an issue or a risk was resolved from the time that it was reported. So these are what I like to call more around the trend metrics. And then we have the process metrics. Process metrics are really more of those daily activities, typically come out of just the diligence aspects. Sometimes they get identified through compliance measures, things that you need to be focused on from a compliance perspective, and as well as just your diligent items within security. So policy reviews, access control reviews, configuration management and system reviews, doing your annual security awareness training or your periodic phishing trainings. You have vendor and third-party risk management activities, how often you're getting assessments done and completed and trying to score these in some fashion. Vulnerability and patch management, how quickly and how often are you actually reporting fixes to vulnerabilities, and how quickly the patches are getting completed. And then metrics around your asset management. So these are all kind of process metrics. And so these are a lot of things that start to get tracked within a security program, and you can start to get it can start to feel kind of chaotic, right? There's a lot of other things that security teams are actually measuring in their security program. We have a lot of data as an industry. We have a lot of tools that are providing a lot of information or a lot of data to our teams, and it's important to remember that this can actually feel very chaotic. And from the security director or the CISO's perspective, it gets very confusing on what are the actual things that we should be tracking. What should we be identifying as key measurements of our security program? How do we know that we're actually helping to guide the leadership as to what our true security posture is, and trying to start avoiding the question of, are we secure? So let's also talk about some pointless metrics that a lot of people tend to report on. Things like intrusion attempts, how many times somebody's tried to intrude the organization. This is kind of nebulous. It's not guaranteed that you've actually got all this information, and it's not really that valuable from like, how do I know what this actually is telling me? It's similar to blocked attacks or blocked emails from your email gateway filter. The set of permissions that users have. This in and of itself is not a very valuable statistic, and same with like things like open ports or percents of your control compliance. These are things that are not going to actually move the needle forward for you and don't actually provide you a lot of information or answers. I do caveat the percent of control compliance. That may be a valid question if you're specifically talking about how close are we to achieving some kind of regulatory compliance. Hey, we're 30% there. We have another 70% to go, and that's actually a valuable metric in the specific context of becoming compliant with the control framework. But one of the big ones that I'm not a big fan of is your overall risk score. This doesn't really tell you anything, and we don't have a standard for risk scoring, and it's a dangerous route to head down, in my opinion, anyways. So I think we need to be very careful when we talk about just a general risk score when we're talking about security metrics. And so that kind of leads to like, well, what should we be measuring? What are the metrics that we should be identifying in our environment that are critical to actually moving the needle forward from a security perspective? I think the important thing to note is that we always want to start with why. What problem are we trying to solve within our organization and our security program? Do we need a security program? I think it's a valid question. Everybody needs to answer that question. The answer is always going to be yes. But at first, what problem are we trying to solve when we're setting out to begin a security program? And who cares? Who are the constituents that are actually going to be concerned with the cybersecurity posture of our organization? And that's an important question to answer right out of the gate. Who's going to care about the information I'm providing them regarding our security posture? Because this provides the context. This provides the context of how we can get data into the right hands and help answer the right questions, and also help guide and shape the questions that they should be asking of us. So we have an opportunity to really say, like, here's the things that you need to be worried about, and here's why. So the kinds of questions that we are starting to drive towards are like, what problem are we trying to solve? What is the business impact of our security program? Why do we need to be secure? Who do we need to report to with this information? And it's also important to highlight that if you start posing the wrong questions, those questions lead to wrong answers, which lead to a false sense of security. There's no absolute set of metrics that are going to be relevant for every organization. There are subsets of metrics that every organization will probably start to track, but context is king with respect to an organization. So you have to really determine what are the right metrics to be reporting for our organization, and how do we start driving to the right questions. So let's talk about like, what are the right questions that we really should be asking when building out a security program. So I think one of the very important first questions that we need to ask as we have a security team, and as we're starting to kind of revamp our security metrics, and I think it's one that gets overlooked a lot. In fact, I don't hear a lot of people actually asking questions around just their team's capabilities. Where is the team spending their time? How often do you know that your team is actually spending more time troubleshooting the platforms and security tools that are in their organization versus actually just focusing on the actual work that they should be focused on during that day? Instead of troubleshooting the SIEM and trying to keep it up and running, how often are they actually getting alerts out of the SIEM and doing investigations on them? So is the team themselves spending time on the right things? This is not a call to really have a really intensive review of teams' time tracking and, are they doing the right work and things like that. But it's really important to ask, like, where are we spending our time? Are we working on the right things? Do we know what the right things are that we should be working on? Are we missing a skill set that then ends up taking investigations down the wrong path, or not being able to conduct assessments properly within our organization that truly impact how far we're going to go down a certain security vulnerability or investigation as well. And then from there, based on the time that we're spending on certain things, are there things that we can automate so that we know now that this is something that we can get out of someone's wheelhouse and start to focus on other things as well. So I think it's really important to focus heavily on what is the team working on today, and where is their time being spent. And that's a metric that I don't think a lot of people are capturing today with respect to how does that help our security program move forward. Other important questions to be asking to start help driving to these metrics are, what are the big gaps in my program? Where are we seeing significant security holes? And then what do we know that's working? How do we know that this firewall that we just spent millions of dollars deploying across our environment is actually doing what it's supposed to be doing versus the $30,000 firewall, or versus the free firewall that just takes a little bit more effort in configuration and doesn't have a nice user interface? How do we know if that's working or not? And then how do we know what's not working, or what we've put in place that really isn't working, or is just missing the mark altogether for what we thought it would execute? So all of these kind of questions are the right questions to be asking. What's working? What's not? Do we have controls and components in place that we actually should be focused on? I think another important question is, what should we be focused on next? Have we made enough progress in specific areas to really show that, hey, now we can move on to this next area, and what programs are driving the investment for the future within our security program? So this altogether really cues up the Purple Team, which is why we're here today about the Purple Team Summit. So first off, let's just talk briefly about what a Purple Team is, right? There's a lot of discussions around what that concept is, what it means. It means different things to different folks, but truly at the end of the day, the red and the blue teams come together to make purple, right? So the red team is a technical team conducting a very technical activity within the organization. This could be an internal team, this could be an external team, but they're really there to identify any gaps and exposures within the security posture of the organization. The blue team is obviously responsible for the defense of the organization, setting up security controls and some security configurations. And so when a purple team actually comes together, this is the idea that you could be sitting together in a room where the red team is exercising their activities and talking to the blue team saying, hey, we're doing this right here and right now. Are you able to pick this up? It could be a period of time where the red team is conducting activities remotely or at their leisure, and then identifying with the blue team, hey, after a couple of weeks, they can report in and say, hey, we've conducted these things. Were you able to find them? And so it's meant to be a very collaborative nature. But the definite goals of a purple team are to identify the gaps within a security posture of an organization. And typically today, it's very focused on the breach life cycle, the attack life cycle, where the attackers are using certain tactics, techniques, and procedures to exploit the environment's security controls, and the blue team capabilities of being able to detect, block, and alert on these activities, and ultimately avoid the deepest impact to the business of that kind of a breach. So purple teaming is an extremely exciting thing moving forward within our organizations, because we have a lot more capabilities at our fingertips, a lot more information at our fingertips. And so what we really want to dive into today are the metrics that we can glean from purple team exercises, and how we can actually help move the needle forward from how we talk about the growth of our security program, and how we talk about answering some of these questions that we've identified here. So what I really like to say is that purple teaming is for the win, right? Purple teaming really helps to hone in and bring a scientific approach to your security program, and particularly in going from a reactive state to a proactive state, and getting into the mindset of a continuous assessment program. So the reason I say it's more scientific is because you now have controlled variables. You're going to set through and through the concept of like a run book or a playbook, these are the activities that a red team is going to conduct. They're going to go and execute these specific things every time, right? And so you have controlled variables. You know, hey, these are the things within this campaign that a purple team is going to execute, right? And so then it's repeatable. So with controlled variables and a repeatable process, we have more reliable data. And with more reliable data, that gives us a better advantage. And as we talked about some of those controls before, a lot of those, there a lot of those metrics before, a lot of those were reactive metrics. You know, the mean time to detection, really, you can't really calculate that until after going after the fact and identifying some of the forensic information as to when that activity started. But with a purple team engagement, you can actually know exactly when those activities started, and then you can measure exactly when the blue team started to pick up on these and when they actually detected them. So the more reliable data you have in a controlled environment, the more assumptions you can make about the time spent, you know, in that category of phase before the attacker was identified. And so now you have more reliable data, and now you can marry the reactive side to the proactive side. So a few other important things to identify when we're talking about purple teaming are to clearly identify and define the goals that you want your purple team to be achieving. It's critical to align those goals with the goals of the business. One of the main questions you want to be asking is, how does XYZ security investment, you know, achieve this ABC business objective? For example, how does an investment in an enterprise detection and response agent on our servers actually help achieve the business objective of, you know, uptime reliability, customer confidence, these kinds of things that are more focused from the business perspective. So making sure that as you set out with conducting purple team exercises, clearly defining the goals and making sure that you're getting back to those questions, the right questions to be answering. And then be able to truly use the data that comes out of these purple team engagements to your advantage. Like we talked about, the reactive data could be somewhat anecdotal because we don't have a lot of metrics at the beginning. But now that we have the proactive data where we have measured every step of the way, we can take the assumption that the simulation actually might reflect reality. And so now we have a little bit more information around when things might have happened in our environment if an incident were to occur and we didn't detect it right away. So in my opinion, how does this change the game? Going from a reactive state to a proactive state gives us much better data that we can start to compare trends in the real metrics against simulated metrics. So as we talk about a structured purple team within our environment, let's talk a little bit about what this actually provides and the metrics that we can actually start to glean from these purple team exercises. First, it gives us confidence values. As we run through adversarial simulations or just attack techniques within our environment, it starts to give us coverage of the kill chain. You know, the kill chain being the breach attack life cycle. So there's different steps within that life cycle. And so now we start to be able to understand, hey, as we've executed techniques and procedures within a specific area of the kill chain, we start to get a little bit better gauge as to how effective we are in those kill chains. And then so as we start to cover more of the kill chain, we really start to build up a deterrence confidence value and as well as a resilience confidence value. So these are important things to be able to know, hey, if a breach were to occur, how quickly would it lead to the worst possible outcome versus how quickly would we be able to stop it or slow the attacker down quickly enough to where the full impact of the breach wouldn't be met. So this actually leads to one of the most important questions I think that we're all trying to answer is, how effective is our program? You know, what is the efficacy of our security controls? And from this, from a routine purple team exercise, being conducted regularly in your environment, we really start to develop the right program initiatives and the next things that we should be focused on from a security investment perspective, and what things are working, what things aren't. And then this also builds up team camaraderie, right? The red team is very skilled, the blue team is very skilled, and when they can start to learn each other's activities and tactics, they really start to build up a healthy respect for each other, and everybody starts to understand exactly what they should be focused on a daily basis. and where they should be spending their time. Coming back to that idea of that human capital is expensive and it's valuable. And so we want to keep people focused on working on the right things. We don't want to keep them focused on managing spreadsheets or troubleshooting, open source solutions or homegrown systems. We want to keep them focused on identifying where their gaps are in the security program and what controls they can be putting in place to actually remediate the risk that gets identified out of these things. So the more time we spend on those things, the better off we're going to be in the long run. So the other nice thing that we talked a little bit about before was this comparison of the proactive data to the reactive data. We have a lot of reactive data already in the form of sim alerts and how often we're picking those up and doing the analysis. But now we can marry those the modeled data, the purple team exercise that we're conducting on a regular basis, and the data that we're pulling out of that, and now we can start to model it to the actuals, right? And so this mean time to detection can actually be much more realistic, and it can be much more accurate in how we depict this up to the rest of our security teams. And then it clearly identifies critical gaps within our infrastructure. It provides a set of consistency as well. We can start to conduct the same activities and identify the same metrics over and over again, and then we can begin to prioritize the next controls that we need to be working on within our security program, and that can help drive the investment that we're going to work on moving forward. So now that we've talked a lot about the things that we might be able to measure and achieve with purple teaming metrics, I think you're probably all in a state of like, I just still don't get it. I'd like to see what you mean. How do we actually put this into action? So let's just kind of dive into a scenario. It mimics one that we've actually done in-house, but sample data, just so that we're not actually revealing anything sensitive. But let's just go ahead and dive into the fact that we want to actually be able to show what we actually are talking about. So here we set up a runbook that we can actually execute the same amount of procedures against certain systems in our environment in a repeatable fashion. So what this is intended to do is it's intended to test certain activities that an attacker would conduct, and really is we're trying to identify if our EDR or our enterprise detection and response agent is actually configured correctly, and if it's able to pick up on some of these activities. All of these activities are related to persistence within the environment, lateral movement, and even privilege escalation. So we've assigned different users to be testing against these from the red and the blue perspective. And you can see here, as we've gone through it, certain items we've actually identified, hey, these are going to be findings in the final report for this campaign. So here we have the red team that is actually entering in all of their information about the execution steps that they were able to conduct, whether it was successful, adding in screenshots, and then the blue team comes in and says, hey, we did log this forensically. We found this in our log files, but we didn't get any kind of alert around it, and clearly the EDR did not actually block this activity or stop this activity from being conducted. And again, this is just a simulation, but so from there we actually can do that simulation again, maybe the next quarter, and we can now start to provide metrics. Because we're conducting the same runbook against the same machines, over time, we start to begin to identify whether or not our EDR is getting configured and improving in its security posture. So you can see here, the first time we ran this was in Q4 of 2019. It picked it up there were 5 findings that resulted from that campaign. One of them was critical. We ran the same campaign against the same systems the next year, and identified that it only picked up 3 findings. So we're actually seeing some improvement. So this is based on just filtering out the campaigns used for EDR efficacy. But we can also filter out based on different attack phases within the attack matrix. So here we're filtering down by just the attack tactic of TA003, which is persistence. And so we want to see what findings were related within the kill chain of persistence, and here we see the exact same results. So those same results not only were based on our EDR, but also within the attack kill chain. So we can see not only is our EDR improving, but we're improving the posture and our efficacy within the persistence tier or tactic, and And now we have lots of different capabilities to report up the chain, like, hey, this is how we're starting to build confidence. And what we're learning out of this is we have an improved EDR configuration. We have consistent testing that provides repeatable results. So we're getting to a more scientific method around how we're measuring our efficacy. And then we have increased confidence in whether or not what we're doing is effective. And then whether or not we should be working on the same things or starting to move on to more advanced things or just different tactics or techniques within the kill chain. So the key takeaways we want to have from this session are that the right questions drive the right metrics. We can focus on resilience and efficacy of the security controls so that we know exactly how resilient we are within the breach attack lifecycle or the kill chain and how much coverage we have within that kill chain. And so it starts to build up a little more confidence as to, the age-old question of, are we secure? We're never going to be 100% secure, but we can know that we have a high confidence that of known attacks, especially known attacks that have, we have a lot of data around, that we know we're going to be somewhat resilient about or around those types of attacks. And it's going to be similar techniques that new attacks are going to be using. It helps build a return on investment from our security program. We're able to identify how the controls that we're putting in place actually, affect the business and what impact these controls will have in avoiding the breach and an attack that might, ultimately lead to the biggest, breach the organization has ever had or have to put them on the front page of the news. It helps identify where our human capital investment needs to go, what kind of training our teams need, and what kind of tools we can use to improve their time and efficiency. And then it balances this exposure versus impact within the environment. It helps answer the questions of, like, yes, we have a certain level of exposure within our organization, but what is the impact of that? We can actually show that through simulations using a purple team methodology. So truly, purple teaming is a game changer when it comes to talking about security metrics. It helps us drive to the right questions. It helps us understand what areas of the attack lifecycle we are weak in, what security components we should start investing in to be effective against attacks within each phase of the breach of the attack lifecycle. It helps to identify a consistent measurement so that we can now actually show trends. So we can conduct the same exercises over and over and over, and it helps us to identify where we should focus next. It basically puts us into this proactive paradigm of continuous assessment and continuous improvement so that we now have the accurate metrics to show leadership. These are the questions they should be asking. How are we doing from a security program perspective in terms of what controls are working, what controls aren't? Is the investment that we're making being effective? What do we need to be focused on next? And what kind of human capital does it take to get there? So in conclusion, you'll never be secure, quote unquote secure. That's the wrong question to be asking. We want to be focused on the questions around our continuous improvement. How are we identifying and addressing the controls that we are missing today? Where are the effective components that are working? Where are the components that are not working? And do we have consistent data to really help drive the impact to the business? How do we know what to invest in next, whether we need to go get more people, more tools, or just continue to stay the course, and understanding that as new attacks come out, we can continue to simulate these attacks within our environment and continue to grow our assurance that we are in a more secure posture than we were yesterday. And that's, I think, the key driver to the talk today that I'd like you to take away from is that we want to be showing trending in the right direction. And the best way to do that is through consistent and repeatable processes. Purple teaming sets you up perfectly for this because you have a set of campaigns, a set of adversarial techniques that you can test against in a continuous fashion and continue to show actual data that shows your improvement or shows your weaknesses, and then helps you identify the investments that you need to make next, whether those are just simply program investments of your time or investments in security tools or more people. So with that, thank you so much for taking some time out of your day to listen to this talk. Really am passionate about the metrics that we're all going to be able to show through purple teaming. I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit.
There we go. Got it figured out. That's the challenge with these is always getting the mic back on from being unmuted. That was Dan DeCloss with PlexTrack. I saw on Discord as well as questions here in GoToMeeting asking about what the platform he was using to demonstrate that. That is the PlexTrack platform. So you can check that out. One of the things that I think is pretty neat about PlexTrack is that it also includes automated report writing. So now somebody else can put those words together for you. So it's a pretty neat tool, check it out. But more importantly was clearly he wasn't selling his product so much as he was sharing the visualization to help illustrate the key elements of security. And let's go through those takeaways, right? The first is, one, you're not ever going to achieve some state of I am secure, right? We're good to go. We all know the trope of, oh, it's unhackable. Well, there's no such thing, right? There is no I am secure. Security is a process. And one of the great things that purple teaming does is it's breaking up that assessment to be not just, hey, let's give you this long report at the end of what we're doing for the assessment, but let's work together and improve as we go. And of course, understanding that improvement requires measurement. Security is a process. Measuring that process starts with measurement to benchmark and continually repeat that process so you continue to gain these plateaus. And that was a great example he gave of that case study there with being able to do that. Let's see if I can get some of my co-chairs to join me here so I'm not all alone. I see Eliza May's on. Hi, Eliza. And Ty Wilson should be joining us.
Look, my life. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your volume's a little low. If you could turn it up.
Okie doke. Okay. Can you see me?
We cannot see you. I'm all alone.
Oh, you're all missing out, Jesus. No, I have no idea what's going on. I think it's an Android issue. I have no idea.
Oh,
Or it might be
sure.
an license issue.
The operator blames the equipment.
Ah, yeah. Sorry, guys.
So let's give a shout out first. Eliza Bay, you launched a Purple Team podcast a while ago, correct?
I did. Yes, it's going well. I've had some pretty interesting people on there, including Dan DeCloss. So yeah, interesting to hear more about what he's got to say about PlexTrack. And also, obviously, you've been on there, but we haven't edited and released that one yet, mainly because I'm busy/lazy. Yeah, also George. So interesting people.
Where can people go to find out more about that?
They can go to they can go, the easiest place would be to either type in the Purple Team podcast and it's the only thing that comes up, or they can go to my Twitter profile and I've pinned it to the top, and that's at Eliza_May Austin.
All right, I've got Ty trying to get in. He's on as an attendee. There we go. So I think he realized that, and he's going to join with his panelist link. That is one of the things I do not like about GoToMeeting is I can't promote.
Oh my God, it's
oh, there we go. There he is. He's in.
Is he on camera too?
I'm sending him a webcam request and hey!
Yes, I am here.
Welcome, Ty.
Yeah. Yes. Dan
See,
touched on some really.
Ty doesn't have an
Go ahead.
Android issue, Eliza May.
Are you on Android, Ty?
No, I'm not. I'm an Apple.
Oh, well, maybe that's why. Send me a webcam request
I can't.
Well, there you go
I
then.
tried that.
Well,
I
oh well.
thought that fellow on Discord who said that going through Firefox on Ubuntu would work.
Yes, it did as an attendee,
Oh,
but it says I don't have my machine's not compatible to not be an attendee. I don't know, but this actually rings a bell because it has happened before, which I didn't think to check. Sorry.
so Ty, any thoughts on Dan's presentation or
Yes.
purple teaming? Yes, let's
Actually,
go.
a lot, because you know, as a growing fan of purple teaming, like Dan touched on a lot of things that we talk about quite often. One is the fact that you know, figuring out what risk is, having an understanding that you'll never be secure against everything. But we use a little bit different terms. We use MTTI and MTTM, basically saying the faster that you can identify it and the faster that you can mitigate it, the better off you'll be. I also like the fact that the purple teaming, you know, will also help with the metrics, because you will have, you know, a time where the attack initiated and a time where you were able to identify it for the very first time. So measuring those effects over time and measuring the ability to detect everything and improve upon that is showing the effectiveness of purple teaming. One of the things that I'm seeing, though, is that some of the organizations that I've been dealing with, or a lot of the organizations, are just not, you know, they just don't have that ability, or they don't have the staff, or most of the time they don't even have any network defenders on call that have the expertise to do those type of things. So, you know, my follow-on question was to ask, you know, the organizations that do have the ability to apply a purple team exercise and effectively measure and manage that, like, what does that look like? Right, that was going to be my follow-up question.
Yeah, so I think that there's kind of levels of that, and I think that's where Stephen Ridgway's keynote, talking about the C-suite perspective of whatever you do, measure it in dollars.
Yeah.
And then we at the technical level, it's a question of what metrics matter to us. And I look at that at a high level, and one of my favorite things to point to is Sounil Yu at 2017 RSA released the Cyber Defense Matrix, where we mapped categories of an organization from different ways to break the tech stack apart and users across the phases of the defensive perspective. And I think that the three key phases that we can measure, and, you know, each of those metrics, you know, there's lots of options, and he gave some examples, are protection, detection, and response. And what we're doing with the purple team is contrasting that with adversarial techniques, tactics, and procedures, right? Which of those techniques, tactics, and procedures don't work in the context of that attack chain and the attack chain's full implementation, right? Which is more a question of scope, right? You could do a purple team out of box, you could do it on the entire environment. And when you do it in the entire environment, I think you get the most critical measurement, which is contextual business risk, right? Yeah, great, you got here, yep, you did this, yep, you did this. But were you or were you not successful at being able to get to the crown jewels of what APT3, ABT34, Energetic Bear, whatever any of those are ultimately trying to accomplish? Because their ability to accomplish that mission against your ability to protect, detect, and respond to it with across that chain is the key question.
Yeah.
Eliza May, you want to weigh in? Since we can't see you, it's hard to know if you want to talk or not.
No, I completely agree. It's entirely contextual, and it needs to be entirely relevant. We can't spend you know, billions of pounds internationally trying to defend against every single thing that crops up in fashion, or every single thing that we hear about at a conference. It has to be applicable to the environment, and environments are so incredibly different depending on what what purpose they serve. So you know, as Stephen said earlier, there's no point in a retail company that doesn't manufacture anything researching manufacturing exploits, whereas maybe a company that pumps out Coke bottles or Sprite bottles or something, that's something that they need to really consider, because the effect of downtime in, you know, maybe 10 minutes to half an hour may have a significant financial impact. And although that's incredibly boring, it is something that we have to start having some appreciation for, because conversations go two ways. You know, for a good few years now, the narrative has been that the board needs to start understanding the technical aspects a bit better. They need to start having the language around the technology, when actually, I mean, you can argue that that is in fact true. However, we need to, on the ground level, have more of a conversation, and more, we need to bring more to the table in terms of what they understand. And at the end of the day, if they don't speak the same language as us, we need to learn it, because that's how we're going to get what we want. And the beauty of purple teaming is you can trial something like this on a zero budget. It is all about collaboration and exploration as well, and having intelligence-based attack methodologies, and all of these things can be brought together on literally no money, just to show the value before you really go and start like grasping at budget. I don't know if that made any sense, but everything went really
no,
quiet.
absolutely did. And you hit on one of the favorite things I like to point out is you have to know the business, right? And Stephen noted this in his talk, that the purpose of the business is the business, right? Security is a support function to that. And so it's not about us, it's about them. And being able to understand what's important to them and what they're trying to accomplish. Because our goal is to enable that, not get in the way. One of the things I like to say is the greatest hackers in the world are your own employees when you tell them no.
Excellent point. Yeah, no, absolutely. We're working for the same team. And I think this is why the rivalry between red and blue is quite fractious. I think I might have actually made that word up. I'm not sure, but I like it. It's quite fractious. And it's not what we actually need in industry. We need a collaborative approach. And I really think purple teaming is that. It fulfills that need, and it isn't a buzzword. It's a way of working.
And so one of the things that I thought was neat about the executive track here is, so we have the practitioner track where we're talking about all of the technical tips and tricks of the trade. But here, I mean, at the end of the day, you can nerd out all day long. And we talked about security as a process. Purple team is very much process oriented versus what you would see in a traditional red team. And no one's going to let you do those things unless you can demonstrate that value to the business to let you, because there's more work involved in bringing all those folks around the table. And then this next talk that's coming up is a panel of the VC community, which goes to, of course, where does the investment come on into the industry to drive the innovation in products that come to market to be able to do these things. And that's a key element of this, is a market-driven strategy.
I mean, the most exciting thing, I don't get excited about venture capitalists, to be completely honest. But the most exciting thing about the next talk is the fact that one of the speakers has got the second name Dragon. And I'm all about that. I love dragons. Who doesn't love a dragon?
That's,
I'm wearing a t-shirt with a dragon on it.
Yeah, Greg Draken from 406 out of Boston. We also have Chris Steed from Paladin Capital. And I'm missing one.
Sid Treveda.
Sid Trevedi from Foundation Capital. And then that's moderated by Ron Gula, who was a co-founder of Tenable. Everybody knows Tenable. That if you haven't seen a Nessus product, I don't know what you're doing. And he now has his own VC firm that he created. Because, you know, when you get to co-found a company that gets listed on the exchange, you know, that's success.
It certainly is.
All right, I see Ron and Chris are in our attendee list. They're welcome to join for pre-show banter if you like. Got another 2 minutes to get started. Hey, there's Ron. Oh, going full purple. I love it. I
no,
see
I can't
Greg is
see
also
him.
there. Oh, well, we can't see you, so you know, you're not our benchmark. The disembodied voice from England. Ron, Chris, Greg. Oh, there you go. Great.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear
Oh,
you, Ron.
wow. I can see you now.
And we see Sid.
I'm on. Hold on. Am I on video or do I need to?
You are
turn
not
that
on video. I just sent you a webcam request. We can hear you
Okay,
though.
let me do that.
All the
Okay.
Chris,
way
what are you
from
wearing, Chris?
the country of Silicon Valley. There we go.
What's that? I get my Duke hoodie on here.
Duke. All right. All right. Purple's coming through.
Feel so uncool without a hood.
How are y'all doing today?
Good.
Doing
Thanks.
good. Happy Friday.
Thank you. So we were just talking about the value of this panel. I mean, we have this executive track because it's so important for the technical practitioners to understand the context of the business. You can learn all the tips and tricks that you want, but if the business isn't going to let you do them, and particularly Purple Team process is a much more business-oriented focus for risk assessment, you really need to do that. And then the other part of this is a lot of the innovation is going to be driven by what's allowed to come into the marketplace, which is where you gentlemen come into play with helping drive investment into that process in the form of products that help make this job easier. And I think with that, we're going to hand it over to Ron to moderate the panel.
All right.
Please
Hey.
put your questions in the Q&A in the GoToMeeting, and Ron, you should be able to see those.
Yep.
All right.
Awesome.
There's yours.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, thank you. Thank you, Bryson. Thank you, team members of SANS and Scythe and everybody who's taken their Friday the 13th day out to join us for the Purple Team Summit. I'm honored to have 3 leaders in cybersecurity investing with us today. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves real quick, but in my panel, I've got Chris Steed in the upper right, I've got Sid Trivedi bottom right, and I've got Greg Draken in bottom left. So let's go in the order clockwise, starting with Chris. Tell us about you and where you're from and what you hope to discuss today.
Yeah, absolutely. Born and raised in the DMV on the Maryland side, went to high school in Virginia, went to middle school in DC. And so I've experienced a little bit of the DC metro area throughout not only my childhood, but then my career. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Paladin Capital Group, been with the firm for 13 years. The firm focuses on dual-use technologies, bringing best of breed from government over to commercial and then commercial over to government. And so we invest at the intersection point between those two worlds, leveraging a lot of the technology know-how of some of the individuals around our table to go in really early, help entrepreneurs understand how to build a business from the ground up, and then work with government and commercial at the same time, bringing mission assurance goals as well as business goals to the forefront.
Excellent. Thanks, Chris. Sid?
Sorry, I was on
Sid.
mute there. Hey, Ron. Hey, Chris. Hey, Greg. Thanks so much, everybody, for joining us. My name is Sid Trivedi. I'm one of the partners at Foundation Capital. We're an early stage venture firm based out here in the Bay Area where I am today, a rainy morning in San Francisco. And we invest in seed Series A and Series B companies. We typically lead those rounds. We invest across a broad category of sectors within technology, although I spend most of my time focused on cybersecurity and IT investing here at Foundation.
Awesome. Thank you. And Greg?
Great. Good to see everyone. Thanks for having me. Greg Dracon. I'm a partner with 406 Ventures. We're in Boston, where we focus on enterprise IT, typically leading Series A rounds, and I lead our cybersecurity practice. I've been at 406 14 years, focused on cybersecurity, spent a couple years prior to that at another fund in DC, so I know the DC area pretty well. Again, focused on cyber, and prior to that, I'm a reformed electrical engineer, having spent almost a dozen years in industry writing encryption algorithms. So I've touched cyber for 27, 28 years. And now I'm excited to still be looking at innovative solutions in the cyber industry. And working
That's
with
phenomenal. So thank you guys for taking time out to kind of share with us. For those who don't know my background, I'm Ron Gula. I used to be the CEO and co-founder of Tenable. I run Gula Tech Adventures. If you ever see me moderate a panel, I try not to give my opinions and stuff. I try to get these three fine gentlemen to share us with theirs. So I've got a whole bunch of questions teed up, and this is probably going to be a little bit more technical than most VC panels, but these guys are pretty smart. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off with, a question about the MITRE attack framework and the NIST cybersecurity framework. So as cybersecurity investors, as much as you guys hear about MITRE attack, a NIST cybersecurity framework, do you actually use it? And Greg, I'll start with you this time. Do you actually use it when you're making investments in your portfolios or choosing what to invest or not invest in?
I would say it depends. So being an investor in cyber solutions and fairly early, I would say many of them are really just putting basic controls in place. There's also, I think, a trend now that architecturally, a lot of these companies are trying not to hold sensitive information at all. So they're very different than the cybersecurity solutions of old, where you are a great treasure trove of secrets. So if you're completely stateless and not touching customer information, then they have just very basic practice in place for cyber. They don't go as deep as MITRE or NIST. It's probably more the CIS top 20. When we're looking at later stage companies, or if my counterparts in digital health and cloud and data are investing, we do look at whether or not they've actually built some controls in place. They often don't yet have CISOs until they get to, say, 100 employees. Then they start to really get serious. But I would say MITRE and NIST are kind of on the higher end, CIS top 20 kind of basic. And when we invest in true startups, they're not thinking about it yet, but they know they will have to.
Excellent. Sid, what are your thoughts?
I completely agree with Greg, and I put it into two buckets. We obviously have companies that are at much later stage, i.e. 50 million of annual revenue and above. So these are companies that are, getting to the stage where they do need to seriously consider how they look at protecting, their customers' data. In those companies, you usually have a situation where you're hiring, a director of security or a VP of security, and in particularly those cases, I do have conversations with that individual who's effectively the CISO around how they think about NIST and MITRE. In terms of kind of our early stage companies, exactly like Greg, we're less focused, obviously, just given all the other things you have to deal with. And you remember this, obviously, Ron, from the early days at Tenable. It's just hard to focus as well, on the basic requirements. I'd say one area, and it's not MITRE or NIST, where companies at all stages care about meeting requirements, is SOC 2 certification. It's one of those things that you have to meet to be able to sell to customers. So if there's anything, my early stage founders, particularly our firm's early stage founders that don't focus on cybersecurity and IT, that's one thing that they always want to talk to me about. Hey, how do I get SOC 2 certified? What's the quickest way for me to do this?
Great point.
Cool. And Chris.
Yeah, I actually go back to the Lockheed kill chain model, and this was about 7-8 years ago that we took a look at it and built a portfolio around it to fit into each of the buckets, those types of defensive solutions that we thought would be adoptable, not from a technical standpoint, but from an operation standpoint inside of these organizations. And what we found is organizations generally wanted something that was more technically stable at that very early stage. And even though you could buy a package of all of these tools and technologies, that may be great from an investment in a portfolio perspective, but for the buyer of that, that doesn't solve their problem. That doesn't, get to, what they need to solve for on the compliance aspect, as well as the governance aspect, and more, we're asking the question around privacy controls like GDPR. Have you been built compliant with that? California has privacy controls coming out, or I believe maybe you've already been out. That's right. And so, we look more and more at stuff like that nowadays, knowing full well that the buyers, it's got to be Jax or better when you have to fit into those technical control platforms.
Excellent. And we can come back to this if we want to talk about it a bit more. So the next question will go to Sid first. So you guys have been in the business for a long time, and the concept of IT risk has kind of changed. And I'm sure the companies you invested in, you probably worked with some great founders who pushed the envelope of what does it mean to kind of have IT security risk measurement. So my question is how often are you getting pitched by a new company where their concept of cybersecurity is so much different than what we've known for the past 20 years? Have you seen gaps like that, either lack of understanding or just people pushing the envelope?
Yeah, it's a great question, Rod. And to add to that, the firm's been around for 25 years. We've been investing in cyber since 2001. So almost 20 years of investing in cyber. And you're absolutely right. There are just a lot of companies in the space. And many times, I'm sure Greg and Chris will agree with me on this topic. When we have a new company come in, it's very hard for us to distinguish how company A is different from company B, whether that be in our portfolio or not. I mean, just in the identity security market today, we have 4 companies, that in our portfolio that are, going and tackling different parts of identity security. So it's definitely a problem that we think about. What is an area, a gaping hole that we're not looking at, that we're not concerned about? I'd say that not a lot of examples where you go into a meeting and you say, oh my goodness, this is a vector of attack that we really haven't thought about. Most of the time, it's a vector of attack that we're all aware of, but we just have ignored. And I'll give the fantastic example of hardware security. For a very long time, as a community, we ignored hardware security. We said, hey, this is a problem, but not as big of a problem as people think it to be. Obviously, in the last 5 years, and this was in part pushed by certain attacks, NotPetya and WannaCry being 2 examples of this, Spectre and Meltdown being another, adjacent but different example. Those types of attacks really kind of hold the industry to think about other areas of security, and particularly hardware security. And there's obviously been particularly a number of companies in the OT security market that have really grown. And Ron, you're obviously an investor in Dragos, and I know Rob well, and I'm sure others do on this panel. That was an area, sitting in that meeting and hearing Rob's pitch, I said, hey, I've been ignoring hardware security for a long time, and OT security in particular for a really long time, but maybe this is the time for this market to really grow. But there are very few examples where you sit in a meeting and you say, this is a vector of attack that we really haven't thought about, and I have completely ignored.
Chris, any comments on that?
Yeah, we have a heavy focus on the operations of security. We try not to think of it as cybersecurity as much as we do security in the cyber age. Where we're really looking at those tools that, yes, they serve a security function, but they also help to defend the original business proposition as to why organizations went digital in the first place. And so I agree. There is just such a huge influx of companies trying to address each of these problems that come up, and the feedback that we get from chief information security officers is they've had it. They're pulling their hair out. They don't know what they need to buy and how they need to buy it. However, they have invested in people, and if you can make those people better, more adept, even if their primary function is not a security function at helping to defend an organization, we're finding a lot of additional pockets of budgetary spend outside of that chief information security officer. And so that's how we think about a lot of and I agree with Sid. It's really hard to tell the difference between company A and company Z, especially when 9 out of 10 of them are all saying the same thing. We stop 99.99% of the problems. Well, if that was true and you're all getting adopted, then the problem wouldn't be getting worse, but it's getting exponentially worse. And so we've got to be thinking about it, I think, differently. And I know by way of the investments that both, Greg and Sid have done, they probably share that opinion about pulling out your hair when trying to figure out the difference between A to Z.
Well said. Well said. Greg, any other comments, or do you want the next question?
No, I'll build very quickly on something. I think Sid and Chris covered a lot of ground there. The only thing I'd add is, as we know, adversaries are incredibly opportunistic and they follow the money. So the one vector I've seen, ignoring the technology and the microsegments now that have formed versus it used to just be network application and endpoint, we now are seeing cyber become mainstream and come down into smaller companies. So the buyers have become less technical, the users are less technical. So I'm seeing a big shift in how cyber products need to be implemented and sold for companies that now understand not only do they need to defend, everyone now accepts that we're going to be breached at some point. So let me put in the basics, but then let me figure out when I'm bleeding and how to stop that. And it plays right into, I know this is the Purple Team Summit, but active defense, I think, is, in my opinion, one of the best shifts that we've seen in the past few years. Let's actually attack ourselves or give people the ability to show us what an attacker would see so that I can test my stack. And that, to me, I think, is a giant shift in the past couple of years that we're going to take advantage of.
Well, let's build on that. So Chris, you get the next question, but I think, Greg, this will be a follow-on to what you were just saying. So feel free to talk about companies that you guys have invested in here. You know, we don't have any sort of no vendor. If you invest in somebody and you have a thesis, go for it, right? So the question is, and this, Chris, will be to you first, as I said, what technologies for understanding IT risk are you most excited about as an investor? And I'm assuming that the ones you've invested in, you're the most excited about.
Yes, and yes. Well, you know, as we're looking forward, you know, the mindset, you know, is surely active defense, but it's also moving into things like defending forward. You know, how do we persistently engage outside of our four walls in a legally conscious way with the proper authority to be able to shut down an attack at the source? You know, and so those types of tools are the ones that are getting me the most excited. Then safety tech. You know, we've heard a lot about security, and you know, we all want to bring trust back into the equation, but we can't get trust until we also keep people safe. And we got to keep people safe in cyberspace in order to make it a trusted place, not just secure. You know, and so those are the two areas that I'm the most excited about right now. You know, and I think, and Greg said it really well. You know, you have to understand how to attack in order to understand how to defend. You know, and the best analogy that I have for Purple Team was given to me by General Ken Minahan, who said that the way that we need to think about this is not American football, it's European football. You're playing offense and defense at the same time, regardless of where you are on the field. And so we're loving that influx of technologies, and it brings a lot of people out of very technical organizations and governments wanting to build around that concept.
Very good. Greg, any specific companies or technologies that you're excited about?
Yeah, there are too many to mention on this call. The last couple I think that are really neat, that one obviously is very right down the center here, is a company in our portfolio called Randori, which does help you not only see what attackers see, so they do reconnaissance on an environment from the outside, and then they built attack platform to basically nation state level attacks to attack yourself. And the word Randori is actually from Japanese martial arts, and it means practice like you fight. And just to what Chris was saying, I think the football analogy is a great one, but for too long we've only been defenders, and that is not a fair fight. So we need to figure out how do we get into a scrimmage and get that Purple Team going and see what we're gonna, how we can stop and identify attacks. So that's one. And then in general, I'd say the sprawl of cloud services, IaaS, SaaS, PaaS, I think has left CISOs just bewildered with how they can understand identities, assets, et cetera. And we're back to a point where we don't even know what we're defending, let alone trying to put tools in place. So having them, there are technologies out there now. We've made an investment in the space in a company called Sevco that helps you correlate all of those assets into one place and understand how they interconnect and how they touch each other, so you can really put some defense on and rewind the tape and see what happened if you're doing IR.
Awesome. Sid, same question.
Yeah, like Chris and Greg, there are too many to name, but following up on what Greg just mentioned, the area that I'm personally very excited about today is cloud security. You know, I think the transformation from on-prem to cloud has been happening for a long time, and everybody on this call is aware of that. Clearly, COVID has changed how fast that transformation is happening. The number of Fortune 500s, which have been very apprehensive of moving to the cloud, mostly because boards have been worried about the impact that causes. And I think the pandemic and the stay-at-home orders that were put in place globally have shown the value of the cloud and the value of the cloud versus on-prem infrastructure, particularly around flexibility of infrastructure to tune up and down services as you need, as your demand goes up and down. And then secondly, around adopting new technologies quickly. And when you have a physical box and you can't enter a data center because there's a stay-at-home order, it makes it very hard for you to innovate quickly. When you have your cloud instances, it makes it very quick to be able to put in those new technologies quickly. So because that transformation is happening a lot faster than one would have expected, and clearly it was always happening, it is obvious that the single biggest reason that people have been worried about moving to the cloud has been around security. And if that's the case, then obviously making investments in that market is going to be very interesting. And we've done 2 investments in the past, Fortanix and CloudKnox. Fortanix in the runtime encryption space, CloudKnox now in a new category called Cloud Identity Entitlement Management. And my newest investment, Stacklet, which others I believe know about on this call, is in managing governance and security policies in the cloud. And effectively, they are commercializing an open source project called Cloud Custodian to be able to do this. So I do believe that there's a number of other investments that are available as a result of this cloud transformation. And there's probably going to be an impact because of this around application security and the market that obviously Ron Tenable is in.
Excellent. So if we were doing happy hour, I'd have to drink one for Tenable and drink one for COVID, right? Buzzword, buzzword, buzzword. So sort of an analogy to that question is, are there technologies, and we've kind of touched on some of the hardware security, for example, but I'll throw out a couple, but are there technologies that were either too early or just didn't think were going to make a difference? And the 2 that I was going to add would be the like the API security. We've seen like exits like Sitel to Hewlett Packard, which was like API microservice type security, as well as stuff like Protego, which exited to Checkpoint, 100% Lambda security type company. These are great companies, great tech, but the adoption wasn't huge. So Greg, are we seeing anything like that you're concerned about or had to steer clear of?
I would actually argue both of those were almost before their time. I don't think we've seen how big that's going to be, because if you think about the migration to the cloud, as Sid described, I still think we're in early innings. And I was on the board of Cloud Health for a long time, and it became a pretty good sized company, but we used to estimate that we're still penetrated like 10%, and big companies are still slowly getting there. But if you move to the cloud, as you know, when you're on-prem, you own the hardware, you own the operating system, you own your applications, you own the network, you secure all that, and you have visibility. You go to the cloud to an infrastructure as a service provider, you spec the hardware, you spec the OS, but you probably don't manage patching, you don't manage firmware, you don't manage the network. So all you have left are applications on top. You go even further, you mentioned serverless, function as a service. You now own very little, only API, only things like Protego did. And as companies migrate down that path, I think we're going to find more and more going into pure application, both runtime and not, just trying to figure out what's being accessed. And that's why I think we're seeing the shift to identity and authentication, because you're losing control over everything that's down the stack. So I think they were, long way of saying, I think those companies were early in an industry that's going to be huge.
Yeah, Sid, same question.
I completely agree with Greg. I think this happens time and time again in security, where you have technologies that are just a little too early. And we've all invested in companies where we've said, oh my goodness, this is a fantastic technology. And crud, I was way too early into this market. I think that the thing that we as investors have to recognize, and founders do too, to build on what Greg just mentioned, is sometimes you might have the right technology, you just didn't come in at the right time. And recognizing that allows you to kind of deal with the failure. If your company ends up failing, you have to recognize, hey, sometimes this has nothing to do with me. It has to do with picking the product and the market at the right time. And Protego is an example of that. Certainly it wasn't a terrible exit, but it wasn't, I assume, what the founders and the investors envisioned for the company. And I do believe there's a lot of ground to grow, particularly around API security, as we see this transformation happen. I mean, for context, today amongst the Global 2000, I'd say about 20 or 30% of their total infrastructure is in the cloud. Like, it's still very, very early days, as Greg mentioned. We are not even close to 50%.
So Chris, same question, but I'm going to modify it slightly. So if there's a technology or a company that you think is maybe useful but too early, What have you seen? And then how do you say no to those people while still encouraging them?
Well, there are many ways to say no while still encouraging them. And I'll also say, I as an investor would rather be, too early and realize a return than to just be dead wrong. And I think what both, Greg and Sid just said is exactly that. Those are going to be core functional building blocks for the market that then develops around those assets. And then knowledge of why those assets were bought, and what the business reasons were for, those acquirers, is only going to then lead to a spillover effect into other categories or adjacent categories, and so I think it was Sid that said, you see this a lot in security. And when it also comes to, trying to keep a company positive and moving them forward, especially when you're deeply emotionally involved, we never invest to lose money. We do get emotionally involved, and when you do that, the best thing is always to try to create that safe place for the entrepreneur. It's already hard enough to leave their big job, or their high paying job, or their previously really important job, and going into that entrepreneurial mindset is an incredibly risky endeavor. It's not something that I would do right now, but a lot of people do, and so things are going to go wrong. Creating that safe place so that you can both tackle those problems and then create solutions, even if it's not the 10x return that you were hoping for, billion-dollar category maker, getting through those times together, not only gains intelligence operationally, but you really do help an entrepreneur that might be struggling.
Excellent. So just a reminder to folks watching, if you've got questions, you'd be surprised how often, if you're doing red teaming or blue team, necessity is the mother of invention. You want to suggest an idea, or why haven't we seen a product in this case, or just a general question about how this stuff works as an investor, feel free. Next question goes to Sid, and you've kind of touched on this already. So when I look at, the MITRE ATT&CK framework, when I look at the NIST cybersecurity framework, top 20 controls, that sort of thing, it's pretty much traditional last 20 years of security, right? Patching, IP addresses, access control list, authentication. But when we go to the cloud, the dimensions and the schema completely changes, right? The IP addresses go away, concepts of perimeters go away. So the specific question is, are you seeing companies, you already mentioned one or two, are you seeing specific companies that are adopting things like MITRE ATT&CK and just general red and blue purple team concepts to SaaS applications and DevOps environments?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'd say, while they are not highlighting this as the reason, behind kind of their innovation, there are definitely companies that are thinking about how do we use MITRE ATT&CK framework in this new environment, particularly on the response side. I have a company called Anvalogic, which is basically providing a way for SOC analysts to manage content. So effectively, as people know on the call today, SOC analysts will create playbooks on how to respond to certain attacks. The way that they do this, it's actually pretty difficult to do, but they end up kind of creating these notes, in their own manner, whether it be in a Word document or some other application. And it's very hard to transfer that knowledge, both internally and externally, to other organizations. And this company, Anvalogic, is helping to kind of do that, make that transfer a lot easier by creating a platform that these analysts can use, both for internal and external information sharing. But on top of that, what they've layered in is the MITRE ATT&CK framework to be able to say, hey, if you are building out a playbook for this type of APT attack, what parts of MITRE ATT&CK are you looking at, and how are you kind of mitigating potential risk that's out there in the framework? So you have those discrete examples. There isn't today a kind of a company that I have seen, and maybe Chris and Greg will disagree, that goes and pitches, hey, we will solve the MITRE ATT&CK framework for cloud native companies. Like, it's just is unrealistic, and it's not really the right way of thinking about things. But there's certainly companies which are adopting the framework into their platform to make it easier for security analysts to be able to use that, to be able to figure out, hey, how much of the framework am I meeting as I move my infrastructure to the cloud?
Chris, same question, MITRE ATT&CK, red, blue, Purple Team operations with containers, SaaS, and cloud?
Yeah, we, when we look at, these types of controls, for a company, let's say like Scythe, the platform and the concept is built around the mindset of enabling an organization to customize their security operation in a way that aligns with some of those MITRE controls or NIST controls. And for so many of these organizations, I think somebody said it earlier, these mid-market organizations, they just don't have the skills, the expertise, and so it really does need to be made, number one, really easy for them, and then align with those business goals. I mean, for a small manufacturing company in the Midwest, do they need to have, an Expel, one of our managed detection and response companies to come in and manage that entire infrastructure? The answer is no, but they do need something. And given that part of the market, forms, most of our critical infrastructure base, those are the organizations that really need this stuff the most. And so I said it earlier, aligning with those types of controls, whether you're attacking, cloud native environments, on-prem environments, what have you, you've got to do that as Jacks are better. You have to think about those things, because if you get lost in the minutia of trying to answer that question, you're not going to get bought. That product is not going to get sold. So you do have to align with that. And, again, you look at something, that is new in our portfolio called Arius Risk. This is a company that comes out of Spain. We just led their Series A, and what they do is automate security best practices into software at the design phase, at the initial innovation phase, before code starts to get developed. And if you do it from there, just the cost advantages, are just so huge, and so yeah, we push on this a lot, and again, we are asking more questions now about privacy controls than we are, about NIST and MITRE controls, but that's just a function, again, of, you've got to have it in place, or else, you're not going to be a part of the conversation.
Excellent, excellent. Greg, anything to add? What are you seeing in MITRE ATT&CK in the world of SaaS and DevOps?
Yeah, I think a lot of it's been well said already, but I do think it depends on, when we say cloud, if you're talking about infrastructure or software. As Sid mentioned, a lot of the companies we see now are cloud native, so they're born in the cloud. They may develop a very small number of apps that they own, but they leverage third parties. So if you're using a bunch of vendors for business critical applications and customer data, they're forced with not only thinking about the framework, which I would argue isn't so much an actual framework as it is a mindset of how to think about what to secure. In the SaaS world, you've got vendors that have their own controls, and they're not consistent across vendors. So they've got to figure out how to use every vendor's controls to do the basics. And I think Chris has said Jacks are better, which is a great analogy. Good hygiene still wins the day, in my opinion. And we're stuck looking at companies that are doing that top 5% of really cool, sexy stuff, whereas most companies still need just to be putting in multi-factor and password rotation and the basics. As we know, the adversary, the economics, favor them. And if you can flip that script a little bit, they'll move on. So, long way of saying, I think MITRE and NIST are great frameworks, but if it teaches you how to think through where is someone going to go and what can I do to protect or make that a little bit more difficult, I think that's you've won, or you've moved the ball, I should say. You haven't won yet. We're not going to win this game.
Yeah, well said. Chris, next question is to you. So more down these lines, I almost feel like there's an overemphasis on coding security, so like the DevOps stuff, right? CI/CD, and not enough on SaaS, Salesforce, Workday. I mean, is my Dropbox Enterprise configured correctly? That kind of thing. Are you seeing opportunities specifically in the SaaS security market to help people be more secure?
Yes, we've not gone deep into that space yet, and part of the reason is actually something that Greg just mentioned. It's such a mix mash of just different controls, different configurations, not built by us. And so, something that specifically addresses, software as a service. We've seen companies, we've not invested, but I imagine investment is coming. I think that there's going to be a lot of normalization across not only these providers, but these operators of the applications themselves.
Greg, anything you're seeing out there? I mean, I think every one of these SaaS applications has the AWS equivalent of an S3 bucket kind of hanging out there. They all can be misconfigured. Are you seeing tools to discover them and prevent these kind of things?
Yeah, 100%. We're looking at a bunch. The only bet we've made so far, you could argue, is SaaS. We have a company called Onapsis that secures ERP systems. And what I've learned, and we've been in that company about 6 years, we have yet to go into a Fortune 500 demo on Onapsis and not from their lobby without creds to get on their network, be able to shut down their SAP instance. And when you go into a Coca-Cola, a Harley Davidson, an Apple, and show them that you can turn off their manufacturing line or turn off their financials, they freak. And what it taught me is that we used to always think about vulnerabilities, and you'll know this, Ron, from your world, as being issues with how the code was written. Buy an exploit for Word or Excel or write one as 0-day. But misconfigurations are the easy way in, and I would argue you cannot patch people, and people are the vulnerable piece of every organization. So now that everyone's relying on these third parties, I think misconfigurations are where we need to fix security holes, not op code and other types of code that's being written under the surface. Any adversary that's going to go after code vulnerabilities has money, has resources, and you're not going to stop them if they really want what you have. But there are a lot of really basic folks in organized crime rings that go after the misconfigurations, and it's really low-hanging fruit. So we're looking at a bunch that are doing SaaS, and to Chris's point, there's such a long tail, it's hard to find like an Obsidian or an App Omni. They can cover the top 80%, but then you have companies that have a bunch of others, and adversaries just go after the stuff they're not covering. So it's a tricky one, but I think it's a really fascinating space.
That's my favorite quote so far. You can't patch people. So Greg Draken, 1235 ESD, you can't patch people, 406. Awesome. Sid, what are you guys seeing when it comes to SaaS, specifically, the applications we're buying versus building security solutions there?
Yeah, so, I do want to kind of end on Greg's point in part, and I'll answer also your question, Ron. I would say that, on SaaS security, this is one of those topics where, going back to your very early question, Ron, around like, hey, are there areas where you kind of sit in a meeting and you say, this is a new area that you haven't thought about? Brendan O'Connor and App Omni was a great example of that. I still remember Brendan coming in to pitch when he had just started the company at the seed stage and telling me that, hey, I was the CISO of Salesforce, and we had a number of instances for our customers, and I can tell you that they were giving access where access should not be given. And that is a fantastic example of, that caught me unaware. I kind of sat there and said, well, isn't that Salesforce's job? And he said, no, it's not. There's a shared responsibility model, just like, in cloud service providers. And, that is up to the customer to figure out, how best they should be managing these policies. And the complexity is that Salesforce as a company and the application has become so complex today that most people don't know how to provision access. And that's absolutely true within Salesforce, within Workday, within ServiceNow, and absolutely in each of these big SaaS application companies. The amount of PII information that they hold is equivalent to that you might hold in your on-prem infrastructure. So obviously CISO should be thinking about this, and this is a great example. It's definitely a space, like with Greg and with Chris, that I've spent a ton of time in. I don't have a specific investment in it. Today, a lot of it has just been, with venture investing, it's always tough to get in at the right price, at the right opportunity level, when you think the opportunity is there for you. But it's definitely an area that I've been thinking pretty heavily about. I've probably seen about a dozen companies, particularly in the last 3 years, that have kind of gone and tackled this in different functions, whether that be going after traditional SaaS apps that we might think of, like Salesforce or Workday, or even file sharing apps like Dropbox and Box. But it is very much an opportunity.
Excellent. So Greg, next question's for you. And just a reminder for folks that We need some questions if there wants to be audience participation. Otherwise, I'm just going to win, best question moderator of the year award here or something like that. So, so Chris, you mentioned that General Minahan said this is an offense and defensive type sport. I definitely agree with that. We've all heard of quotes that, the more you sweat in peace, the less you sweat in wartime. And then, and Dimitri, when he was CTO of CrowdStrike, he kind of coined this concept of you need to detect everything in a minute, prove it in 10 minutes, and then get rid of it in 60 seconds. So Greg, question to everybody, first to you though, how much continuous testing, continuous validation, continuous malware generation should we be doing?
I don't think you can do enough these days. I mean, to me, security, what I love about it and why I've been in it for so long, and I argue with my partners about this, to me, it's the only market that really has three hands. Most markets have vendors and buyers, and the vendors fight over the best solution and buyers decide which one fits their needs. We've got adversaries that constantly shift the ground beneath our feet, and they're better resourced, they're better funded, they're innovating as fast as the vendors. So to me, to stop continually testing and looking at how those vectors are going to change, you're going to be a sitting duck at some point, because it makes it tricky as an investor, because you want to invest in something that's going to become very big over a decade and sell for billions. When you know that the attack vector may shift in a few years, you have to make sure you pick those that are going to be big enough and sustainable and not just flashes in the pan. But I think you need to be continually testing and pushing your assumptions about where people are coming through the door or through the window or through the chimney, because adversaries are super smart and they will follow the money and they're going to get you one way or the other. So plug the easy holes. So you can't do enough.
Sid, same question. Continuous testing, is it how much valuable is it? Does it impact too much?
I think it's valuable as long as it doesn't impact performance and it doesn't take away from innovation. The problem with continuous testing is there is a good amount of time that's taken, whether that be internally within your security team or that be from other vendors and budget. And you can sometimes end up spending too much money, and to kind of counter Greg in some ways, I do think that you have to kind of find the right balance. The advantage of continuous testing is that you're hopefully finding new gaping holes, and those gaping holes are providing you with new areas that you should be thinking about from an attack vector perspective. So it's this fine balance that you're trying to manage, and hopefully Greg in my conversations is kind of showing that issue that most CISOs are facing around how do I make how do I figure out a way to continuously test my attack vectors, but also not focus on this constant array of testing rather than actually getting things done. I'd say, the other thing kind of in part connected to Greg's comments, the awesome thing about this industry is that the innovation doesn't seem to stop. And we're obviously all in the technology market broadly. The technology market is innovating constantly. But I think there are very few other sectors in technology where you have this relationship with these adversaries, where they are trying to one-up you on every single game. It's almost in some ways like you're playing in the financial markets. You're going against smarter and smarter people, and they're constantly trying to find a way to go and one-up them. And because of that, the innovation just doesn't seem to stop. I mean, there's a reason why within enterprise software as a whole, cybersecurity has the largest number of public companies. 26 companies are public today in cybersecurity. That's the largest category within enterprise software. I mean, it's because this market is growing and it's vast, and there's constantly new innovation. So there's an opportunity to go after different parts of this market.
Well said, well said. So Chris, you kind of see it with both sides, with some investments in companies like Expel, which is kind of doing this in real time. How much are you seeing continuous testing either help their, sharpen the knife and be good, or just general across the board for enterprise customers?
Yeah, with continuous testing, I agree that there needs to be more of it. And I think, through the Expels of the world, what we're hearing is customers don't just want continuous, they want it to be automated too. A set it and forget it type of a mindset, where, you're going to have an automated set of threat feeds, whether it's, proprietary to you or to the tool or to the vendor, and that you can just set it up to continuously poke at your enterprise. And one would hope that you can just do so on your production networks without disrupting things, but that therein lies, another problem that these companies need to tackle. We also look at the continuous testing side, from the side of the aisle of again, the attacker. And so we've invested in a company called Calypso AI. And what they did is they developed a set of adversarial machine learning and AI algorithms to be able to attack AI and better understand the why that comes out of it. And so, what we do is we found that, U.S. government is spending $5 billion a year on AI, $250 billion for global AI adoption over the next 5 years. It's huge money. But do they really know what's under the hood? And so you've got to attack it. You've got to unwind it. Because if, let's just say you've got, a tool for machine vision, and, it sees, a dog, and it says, okay, it's a dog every single time except for that one time. It says it's a cat. Why? How? You've got to pull these things apart, and you've got to continuously attack them. But again, where a lot of these customers are going, and I think it feeds right into what Sid said, is, this is a resource drain. It takes people, it takes expertise, it takes advanced tools. Can we just automate the red teaming? Can't we just automate that?
So you said AI. If this was a drinking game, that would definitely be on the buzzword list, but well said. Definitely agree with that. So Sid, this question is going to go to you as we start off again. So red team, blue team, purple team, automated AI testing. We're talking large enterprise. We're talking large enterprise. I like to talk about good cybersecurity as having some sense of compliance and some sense of hunting, hygiene and hunting. So the question is any of this technology, are there any businesses that are going to bring this outside of enterprise? Are we going to ever bring this to the SMB, small enterprise, even personal people? What are your thoughts on that as an investor?
Yeah, the hope is that we will. And Chris is an investor in Expel. I think that was Dave Merkel's goals. When he started Expel, his goal was very much to go after the SMB. He felt that, hey, at Mandiant, we service the best and biggest customers. And I want to go and help the SMB and mid-markets who just don't have that capability. And I can go and bring out the talent from Mandiant as well as from my network and go and help these people. Obviously, it's just to this day not worked out as clearly yet, but I do believe that is his goal, his ultimate goal. I think Expel 5 years from now will go after that early end of the market, and there are competitors that will do the same. The issue has been finding a cost-effective way to provide security to those earlier stage companies. They just can't pay the millions of dollars that Mandiant would require. And how do we kind of push that bar down so that they can actually go and afford reasonable security services? To some extent, the MSSPs, the existing traditional players, have tried to do this. They obviously don't provide the same level of value that an Expel can provide. So part of this is, how do we go and automate certain functions of analysts within Expel, and by doing so, reduce the cost of Expel's platform? There are obviously other examples of doing that will allow this to happen. We have a company called Respond. Respond software really focuses on automating the tier 1 SOC analyst function. The whole concept around this is, hey, if you have a set of alerts that are relatively simple, that are anyways getting outsourced to an MSSP, and you're paying them hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, why don't you just go and automate that function? And obviously the difference here is that it's very hard to automate tier 2 and tier 3 security alerts, which are obviously a lot more complex to solve and do require some level of human intervention. But there are a set of alerts that we can automate. I think automation is going to be the way that we go more and more into the SMB and mid-market customer base. How do we go and figure out, managing our relatively limited source of security talent and focusing that talent around the toughest attacks?
Chris, same question. Are we ever going to bring red team, blue team concepts to the SMB, perhaps with more or less commentary on Expel?
So yeah, I mean, we need to bring this type of stuff to the SMB space in a huge way. And when we talk about SMB, sometimes it's like, oh, it's this mom and pop shop on the corner, it's a laundromat. No, it's thousands of people, billions of dollars of market value, and it still would be far too much for them to go out and hire for $500,000 or $1 million a year security expert to come in and do this themselves. And so I think Sid's right. I think, Dave Merkel's 5-year goal is to bring it into the SMB space even further. And in 7 years, the hope is those people that look through that double pane or that dual glass, and see how Expel is solving for some of those problems, they're learning. And so I think his long-term goal is that they could do these advanced things with a very low-cost person on their own. And so, I do think that there needs to be more that's brought out there. I mentioned Scythe earlier, that is, can be a very easy to use and a very advanced tool to fit into, various different frameworks. Randori, Greg, you mentioned it, I think that there's a lot of a wave of companies that are going to be coming to the forefront here that are going to just want to attack the SMB space. We just got to. It's the most critical part of our supply chain.
Literally attack, right?
Yes.
Good. So Greg, same thing. Are you looking at investments in SME that would be more red team or very, very much pure blue team, purple team stuff?
Yes, but with a caveat. So again, I agree with Sid and Chris. The challenge, I think, is can we build tech so the cost point, the price point is low enough? And I do think with automation, it is a matter of time before we get there. And I don't know if you guys know the company Expanse. They were just bought for $800 million. They index pretty much the entire web. For them to sell to an SMB would be easy. They already have the data, but they don't want to cannibalize their business. So part of it is a business model problem. So I think the tech is there, it's capable. The business model problem, in addition to not cannibalizing your enterprise business, which is where we know a lot of the money is in cyber because of sophistication, I think you've got an LTV to CAC problem. Because very few cyber companies, in my opinion, have figured out that selling and marketing is as effective as building great tech in cyber as it is in any other industry. It used to be the best tech would win because the buyer was super technical. We're seeing companies, and I won't name them all, that I would argue have inferior tech that have become juggernauts because they are sales and marketing machines. And I think I'm a fan of trying to inject non-cyber DNA into our companies because I think we need to figure out how to market and sell better, especially as you go down SME and SMB. And if you can figure out the LTV to CAC ratio at that level, and you have technology that can scale, that's not, $800K to support one customer, I think you've got a winner. And I know, Ron, you're like someone like a Huntress. They figured out that formula early on how to sell to small companies through channel, but I think they're going to benefit from that. There will be more, in my opinion. But it's a business, it's more of a business model problem to me than a tech problem.
I'll buy you dinner. I wasn't going to mention the direct stuff we've been working on.
Oh, no.
All right, we're coming up to the top of the hour, so I got a couple more questions. But I want each of you to think of a question you want to ask the panel while we're going through this last question here, which will be the second to last question if you follow my logic. So anyway, the industry kind of comes in waves, and we've all been in this industry long enough to see it disrupted. I mean, Neerzook, I can remember him pitching me Palo Alto when he first started. I was thinking, there's no way we need like yet another firewall company. Of course, Palo is much more than a firewall company now. CrowdStrike and SentinelOne, they're much more than antivirus, but they completely upended the antivirus market. So, starting, I think, with Chris, what sort of verticals? You can answer this either way you want. What do you think should be disrupted, and what do you want to see disrupted?
What I think should be disrupted, what I want to see disrupted.
Either one, or both.
Identity and access management. That space. We've been investors in it, and it is such a pain in the ass. But if you crack that nut, if you really get it right, and you get something that is, identity-based data access, or stuff that focuses in and around that, I mean, that's in my mind, if you can solve the identity problem, you solve like 80% of the problems that are out there, and then it gets down to, what you do about data and then your information infrastructure. And so I would love to see, a lot is happening in identity and access management, but I think a lot more needs to happen in that space.
Greg, what are your thoughts?
I think that's a good one. I'll take a slightly different approach and talk about a vertical I think that is ripe, and that's healthcare. Healthcare is a really tricky one to me because they're way behind on the cyber scale. So they need to do things that most of our companies they're too advanced. And it's been hard to find, similar to SMB, how do you sell to a less sophisticated buyer that is a giant target for the adversary in a way that's cost effective? So to me, that's the one that I think is next to fall vertically. No pun intended.
That's pretty funny. Sid, what are your thoughts on things that can be disrupted?
I'll try to add on and take a different way of thinking about things. I look at the opportunity from an attack vector perspective in three big buckets. There's a software-based attack vector, which is what most of us spend the vast majority of our time around. There's a hardware-based attack vector. Then I call this last bucket human, security, which includes, by the way, identity access management, which Chris just described. I think the last two, hardware and human, have been significantly less focused on. There's not a single public cybersecurity company in the hardware-based attack vector today. Out of those 26, not a single one. The human attack vector, there's only two, Proofpoint and Mimecast. I mean, it's amazing to me that we have not seen large companies in either of these two categories. And it's definitely an area that I think about pretty actively from a new invention perspective.
Well said. And I apologize. I insinuated we were coming up on the end of our time. We actually have another 15 minutes to go. So so drink a Red Bull, take a testosterone pill. We're going to have some fortitude here. It's good. So did each of you guys think of a question you want to ask the panelists? I'm not saying.
Yeah.
All right. So Chris, let's start with you. I've got a few more questions, but let's start with you, Chris. What's your question?
Would anyone on this panel invest? And the answer for us is yes. Invest in a company that's purely focused on offense.
Sid, what do you think?
We've debated it for a long time. It's still a debate. I would say we are hesitant to really, go and look at this. I've only, in the last 6 years, I've only seen two companies which have been purely based on offense that have come in and presented to me, and in both cases, it has been a heavy debate at both at Foundation and at my prior firm. So it's definitely a topic that I worry about in some ways, just given everything going on with nation states. But it's also one that we think about, from a LP perspective. How do our LPs view this? If we are going and investing in an offensive security company. And this is where purple teams and companies that focus on purple teams come in. And Scythe is a great example. Chris has already mentioned. In the case of Bryson, in no way is Scythe an offensive security company, but it is using some of the knowledge to be able to provide better tactics on the defensive side. Those ones we're very comfortable in doing. But if you're looking at a purely offensive security company, it's definitely one that I have had reservations about, and we think about twice before, actively going and making an investment. And it's absolutely the reason why we would not make an investment when it came out.
And Sid, before we get to Greg's view on this, if I may, is it because are you concerned that the buyers might be more like the Northrop Grumman's, Lockheed Martin's of the world, which is not necessarily the world that you live in of like SentinelOne and Cisco and Palo, or is it more of an ethical reason?
I think it's a great question. It's less so the former reason, more so the latter reason, and it's not so much. In some ways, it's ethical. In some ways, it's thinking about our limited partners and what would they like us to invest in. The same way that we don't invest, for example, in marijuana companies. This is an area that we think pretty actively about. And clearly, the last 2 years have shown how much of a heightened focus there is around nation state attacks and how people feel about those. So we've always wondered, we've always debated whether our, the endowments and the pension funds that give us money would be happy about us going and making an investment that helps the United States go and attack adversaries.
Let me write that down. Marijuana gives enhanced focus on nation state. Got it. Great. Thank you for sharing that. So Greg, what are your thoughts investing in purely offensive? And I guess when I mean offensive, we literally mean like nation state tools, that kind of development.
So you just said one word that I was going to ask for clarification, tools. I would argue site.
Teams, tools, solutions, yeah.
So the answer to me is yes, but it depends. If it's a services business that is just going to attack on behalf of someone, then I'd say probably not. If it is a tools provider that is arming people to attack themselves or to attack others, but they're pulling the trigger, I think it would be a possibility. So I think folks like Scythe, Randori, and others do provide that. And there was a company I looked at that I found really interesting that you could argue is offensive, and it was a debate in my shop, but they basically attached payloads to data that was being stolen from your premise. So if an adversary came and stole something, that had an attachment to it, and as soon as it left the geofence, it caused damage. But they're not attacking anyone. It's like you steal a wad of bills that has an ink pack on it. To me, that's offensive, but I love it. So I would love to look at offensive with you, Chris, if it's tools and tech that you're not necessarily controlling, yes.
And this is where definitions come in, because Greg, the example you just described, I would bucket into purple team and something that you'd be very comfortable doing. I'd be more worried if there was purely a payload that was an attacking payload without any of this defensive nature that you just described.
Right.
Yeah, I come from the Dan Gear school of thought on this, that all cyber tech is dual use. I mean, we saw Blue Coat, being sold in the Middle East, perhaps for, suppressing, citizen views of the internet and stuff like that. And I'm sure that was not the intent of when they founded that company. And I just think that definitely goes there. Having worked in the military, worked in the intelligence community, there's a lot of great tech built internal, but F-16s are built by vendors. And I think your next great round of cyber reconnaissance and offensive tools will be built by vendors. So that's fun. Greg or Sid, do you have a question that you want to ask the other panelists?
I'm happy to go, Greg, if you'd like, to give you
Sure.
a little bit more time.
Go for it.
So, this is by the way, this is an ongoing question. I've had conversations with Ron and Greg on this topic in particular, in side conversations, but how do all of you guys think about this relationship between developer and security and IT professional? I mean, this is a contentious relationship. It is constantly changing, and clearly this movement to the cloud and agile development that is being created by this movement is causing additional contention around who manages what and who is responsible for what. And do you think that we will ever meet some type of balance where both parties are comfortable with the strategy that we've come up with?
Chris or Greg? Chris?
Yeah, so I'll just use a budgetary example. JP Morgan spends $700 million on cybersecurity. They also spend $2 to $2.5 billion on the 25,000 software developers they have in-house. And so I think at the end of the day, the IT side generally wins, especially for those types of profit-conscious companies. But when it comes to governments, they're less concerned about profits, more concerned about that security control that's been built in from the ground up.
Greg?
Yeah, so Sid, I think it's a great question, and I believe yes, eventually developers will be aware and be responsible for the basics. I think we're right now at a point where we see tools that are helping them actually write really secure code. I don't know if that's going to fly, but I think just being security aware is going to permeate the entire organization, from office managers to custodians to developers to CEO. And I boil things down to simple terms because my head is really basic. But I think about cyber as very much like our houses. We all have locks on the doors. We have basic hygiene. We close the windows at night. we don't have one person responsible to do that every day. Everyone that comes in the house, everyone in your family knows to do the basics, yet there's usually one person in the house that really thinks about the router and how do I protect data? And if we have things, gems, do we put them in a safe? I think businesses have to become the same way. They have to have the locks closed, that's multi-factor authentication. They have to have strong passwords. Basics, I think, need to permeate, and that's where you can't patch people, but I think you can lift the bar up pretty easily. So I think developers fall into that, and I do think they're going to have to be part of the solution. And can I ask a follow-on question, Ron, to the rest of the group?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I'd like your thoughts on this too, Ron. I'd like to hear, do you think the trend of crowdsourced security, you've got Sneak, you've got HackerOne, Bug Bounty, do you think that is a long-term trend?
Yes, and what we've seen is the crowds that they service tend to use any and all platforms in which they are able to make money. And so Synac and BugCrowd, a lot of the same crowd. You know, we're starting to see new forums, new places where, you know, they're going outside of sort of the defensive training and more, you know, this is how you attack. You know, so we're seeing more and more of that come. But I mean, our thesis, is heavily focused on the people. And I'm going to use, Greg, your phrase. You can't patch people. And for so much of what we see, I think that's got to be front of mind going forward. If you have access to a keyboard and the internet and you're working inside of an organization, inside of their four walls, you are a vulnerability. Doesn't matter if you're an executive assistant or the CEO, you're part of that vulnerability scape, and so yeah.
So I think we're going to have that because we don't know how to make a perfectly secure, website, a web app, mobile app, whatever you want to call it. We can all recognize reduced risk. A container is more secure than building on an OS because I just got rid of the OS, but it doesn't remove the fundamental logic flaws in my apps or remove the admins who are running this thing as a potential target, for phishing or malicious insiders. So there's no real good way to kind of say that we're done. And a great way to find stuff that you missed is to keep changing up the technology that you're using. Bug bounty programs are a great way to do that. So is switching up your source code audit, right? If you're a Veracode person, it might not be a bad thing to go work with somebody else for a little bit with a different stack, just because they might find something that you've missed that could be really embarrassing. Any other comments on that, Sid?
Right. I don't think I have a lot more to say. I think a lot was said. I'd say that crowdsourced security generally is here to stay, and in particular, I'd kind of re-highlight Chris's point and say that everybody is responsible for securing an organization, and we will. Well, the advantage of the HackerOnes was that it actually allowed a number of people who didn't think about cybersecurity as an area to get excited about it. I mean, there's so many examples of kids who went and found flaws and bugs and were able to report it and made a good amount of money through one of these platforms. And my hunch is if we looked at those individuals, a number of them decided to go into our sector, into cybersecurity, and go and do something in the sector. If that's the way that we're going to see more people come into the sector, then I'm all for it. I do think that we want to kind of have heightened focus around this crowdsourced security angle. I mean, we have, in just 2019 alone, there were 1.5 million unfilled jobs in cybersecurity. I mean, we have to go and figure out a way to get more people into our industry. And if this is one way to do it, then I'm all for it.
So you guys look like you're all in your home offices. Do you have access to pen and paper where you're at?
Yes.
No. Yes. Chris? Sid? All right.
Not pen and paper. I have my computer, but let me try to find a pen.
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to write down one word that you think is overhyped in the industry, and then we're going to all raise it up to the monitor at the same time. So just one word. One word. It could be an acronym. It could be a whatever. And then when you're ready, hold it up, but don't show it. So we're all going to do the reveal at the same time. Just one word that's overhyped. And then of course, we're going to follow up and we're going to talk about why you think it's overhyped. If I was more prepared, I could be playing the Jeopardy music. Alex Trebek, God rest his soul. Sid looks like he's thinking.
I am thinking. I'm trying to think like what is the one biggest word?
Or anyone's good. Anyone's good. This is what's called filling time because we have about 5 more minutes to go. But this might be highly entertaining. And I definitely appreciate you guys participating. Sid, looks like you don't have a winner yet.
I do. No. I've got something. We're ready.
All right, you guys ready to lift it up? All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Who's got a camera we can read? Cyber, AI, and AI. All right, so let's let Chris, what was the first? Oh, the AI. Yeah, I thought it was other words. So Chris, cyber. Cyber is overhyped, overdone. Why do you say that?
What does cyber even mean?
It means it's one of the aliens that Doctor Who has to fight.
No, absolutely. I just think, it goes back to some of the early comments that we had. It is such a great area for so many individuals that it takes, crowdsourced, security. It takes, these types of massive nation state attacks to get focus on this area. And even with people that have focus, like, we've all been doing this now for some time and long enough where, we're still pulling our hairs out because we can't figure out, a difference between A and Z. And so, cyber, yes, we have to defend cyberspace, but I think we need to, think more about, what cyber represents, which ultimately is information. We depend upon cyber and cyberspace as a function to deliver information. And if we can't trust that cyberspace is going to do that, then we can't trust the information that gets delivered. And so I think, we need to open up the lexicon just beyond cyber, keep on it, because that's, now the word that the world has grasped onto, but we've got to open up, I think, the lexicon a little bit more here.
And Chris, I got to see you participate in some of the cyber moonshot breakouts, and I think you said very similar things to some of the more learned people in our industry, which I think is kind of interesting. It's definitely a big problem if we can't define what we're doing. All right, so Sid and Greg, you guys get you get to both talk about why AI is overhyped. Greg, perhaps why do you think AI is being overhyped?
First of all, my opinion, AI in our industry stands for adversary innovation, not artificial intelligence.
Good.
Right. And the artificial intelligence side, I think every company thinks they're using AI when they're probably just have decision trees, maybe machine learning. Very few are actually using true artificial intelligence. That's super highly sophisticated, and I think it's hard to implement in a very cost-effective way for cyber.
Got it. Sid, how do you feel about this?
Greg couldn't have said it better. I think that is exactly it, which is just that. I mean, the number of companies that I'm sure the three of you agree with this, that we sit in a pitch deck and they have to mention AI in some way, even if they don't need it, even if they don't need it in the deck. It's just shocking to me. It is shocking. It's not like there's a higher chance that any of us will invest in the company because they use that term. So I wish that people in the industry recognize this, and I wish that we had less billboards kind of highlighting AI this, AI that within your platform, particularly amongst the larger security vendors. And I worry, by the way, that the second kind of overhyped word, if we're to do this panel again in 3 years, will be cloud. Everyone's going to start to use cloud in some way. And that's obviously not the whole point of this. These are fundamental shifts. AI, the fundamental shift is around how do we use compute resources more to reduce the amount of services usage. And cloud is a fundamental shift around infrastructure. And effectively, at some point, all these companies are going to be broadly in these two subsegments of the market. The level of AI that they use is irrelevant, at least from a pitch deck perspective. It's something that we all dig into from a product perspective.
Well said. Well, at this point, you guys all get gold medals for having not only very relevant answers, but very pertinent answers. Let's go around the horn and just talk about how people can get in touch with you, what your process is for getting feedback from maybe the CISO community or the cyber community. And feel free to drop emails, LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever you want to do. Let's start with Greg.
Sure. So one way that we try to stay in touch with the community is that we have what I call a cyber executive council. So we have 40 to 60 CISOs, depending on the time, that range from retail to financial services to technology, that look at deals with us, that occasionally I'll solicit for what are the problems that you're not finding solutions for to help us know where to hunt. So that's one way we stay kind of abreast of where the trends are moving. And then also when we dig into companies, we introduce them to CISOs that are big buyers, influencers, thought leaders in the industry. So it helps to add value to some of the companies we're looking at, usually even before we invest. So that's one way we plug into the CISO community. And I'm happy to chat with anyone. I'm Greg at 406ventures.com. So anyone is welcome to reach out to me. Our emails and phone numbers are right on our website, but open to meeting any folks in the industry that want to chat, especially smart entrepreneurs that are building interesting things to help us solve these problems.
Excellent. Sid, how about you? How do you stay in touch with the folks out there, and how do they get a hold of you?
Yeah, so on how to get a hold of me, there's multiple different ways. You can email me. It's strivedi@foundationcap.com. You can find me on LinkedIn, send me a message. I guarantee that I'll respond as long as it's not a bot. You can reach out to me on Twitter. That's another way too. LinkedIn is an easy way. I use LinkedIn probably the most frequently, and email is obviously best. But if you prefer to use LinkedIn, that's an easy way too. On the other question, Ron, that you had around how do we kind of use our customer networks, for me personally, this was more of a hunch. I started kind of building out a customer network a decade ago. And the whole idea I thought was, hey, well, what's going to be one way that you differentiate as an investor in this market? And I felt that there was going to be this plethora of newer and newer companies in cybersecurity and IT that were going to be created. I said, okay, if that's the case, then you probably need some advantage, and understanding who are the buyers is probably going to be a good way of doing this. And so today that network is about 150 CISOs, CTOs, and CIOs, and it principally focused on Fortune 2000 customers. Part of the reason for that is out here in the Bay Area, most people have lots of access into the unicorns and decacorns. And obviously they are a certain type of customer, but as we've all described in earlier parts of this panel, the large enterprises is where you end up getting the most amount of budget. So if you have that access, that ends up being very, very critical at the early stage. And similar to Greg, and my guess is also Chris, we use that network around diligencing potential companies, around helping our existing portfolio find their first, usually 5 to 10 customers. And also, and this is a new area, a lot of these larger companies have started to have people who have left to go and start exciting startups themselves. So I've absolutely seen a couple of CISOs go and do that. I've seen subordinates of those CISOs or CTOs go and do that. And it's a great new way of finding new innovation. So hopefully that answers the question, but please do reach out.
Excellent. Chris, how do people get a hold of you, and how do they, how does Paladin keep up with what's going on in the CISO and cyber community?
Getting a hold of me, LinkedIn, or you just can't get a hold of me. No, I'm pretty accessible. csteed@paladincapgroup.com, LinkedIn. I would even give my cell phone out, but I recognize the audience, so I don't think that's a valuable exercise. In terms of staying abreast, a lot of our thesis goes back to 2001 and the months after the attacks on 9/11, and that was that dual use thesis, a homeland security investment thesis focused on bringing best of breed from one side to the other. And so our strategic advisory group is populated with individuals that come out of the government community first, and now have gone into commercial. So like a Vice Admiral Jan Tai, she ran 10th Fleet. She's now on the board of Goldman Sachs. Chris Inglis, Deputy Director of NSA, is now on the board of FedEx. It's those types of individuals that help give us that dual use mindset, because some of the most critical problems in cyber tend to, at times, from a nation state perspective, happen against governments. Then it filters down once the cost of developing those attack tools, it goes over to that commercial side of the aisle. And so, fish meat, for instance, that was an Army concept. Turn every human, every soldier into a sensor. it's stuff like that that we utilize to try to find market opportunities, and so whether it's introducing somebody into Goldman at the very earliest stages, or just simply trying to keep abreast of trends inside of cyber command. Those are the types of things that we try to push forward, just to make sure that our companies understand the taxonomy around them, which is this big gray, or should I say purple world.
Phenomenal. For anybody who wants to get a hold of me, I'm on LinkedIn. I'm RONGULA, Ron Gula, and our website's gula.tech. We have a lot of information there about how to contact us. I want to thank Sid, Greg, and Chris for going the distance, an hour and 15 minutes of talking about venture capital investing. But these guys are all pros, and they have a lot to share. So for those watching, we're going to be going into a break right now. And then this afternoon on the executive track, we have a fireside chat with Joel Scharlat and Charles Blauner. We've got a presentation on the immediate value of purple teams from Ryan Leirvik. I apologize if I got your name wrong. And then we've got Sounil is going to be presenting. Bryson, I'm doing your job. How's it going?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to go into that, so that's why I decided. I was sitting there waiting to jump in, and then you started doing it, and I'm like, oh, I'll just let him know I'm here.
That's right. That's right. And then, of course, Sounil closing out this afternoon, and then I guess you're going to be making closing remarks, right, Bryson?
Yep, I'll be delivering closing remarks. Greg, I think you got the quote of the panel, which was, "You can't patch humans."
People.
You can't patch
people.
That's right.
Thank you. I'll take a little.
Yeah, I got the quote correctly when I put it on Twitter.
Do
Awesome.
I get a unicorn?
What's that?
Unicorn? Do I get a unicorn point for that?
Greg, I will send you all of the unicorn swag you want. It has to make it on your laptop.
And Bryson isn't joking.
Hey,
Bryson
Bryson.
is not joking.
Is it?
Yeah,
Nice.
Sid, where's your unicorn swag?
Oh, it's all over our office, Bryson. Man, I think every single kid now has access to your coloring book. Every single kid.
Yeah, we're working on making the coloring book more accessible, because of course you can't do anything physically anymore. And I'm really curious if Eliza May is on here, because before we were doing some pre-show banter, and I think Eliza May, who's based out of England and runs a small consulting company there, really captured, I think, the general technical perspective on this, which is, what do VCs really bring to the table? And so now that she's had the opportunity to hear what I thought was a really interesting perspective, because again, innovation primarily is coming from market dynamics, and you are funding those ideas because money is the lifeblood of an idea. Not passion doesn't put food on the table and let you bring that to market. And certainly, as somebody who started 2 different companies, I have learned a lot about channels and business models and all the different things that we want to do it. In fact, Charles, who also is both a former CISO and now in the VC world, may have some thoughts too. If you want to bleed into like the panel before you, Charles, you're welcome to.
Well, you're muted, Charles. Muted.
We need to invest in audio. Seriously, that is a technology on this that there should be like some better way to do this.
Yes, no, I figured it out. And part of the challenge is, quite honestly, in any given day, you're now using 4 or 5 different ways to actually interact with people. The physical world may have been more time consuming, but at least there's one standard way of doing it. You went somewhere and you talked to someone. Now between Zoom and what are we doing now? A go-to webinar, figuring it all out. If you want to think about like your question with respect to sort of the VC space, I mean, the reality is, as the companies start looking for funding, there's a class of VCs where the primary value you get from them is money. And that is a completely useful value to get from a VC. And there are other VCs where the primary value you get from them is actually strategic advice. And that's also a completely valid and useful thing to expect from a VC. Those VCs, there are a very small percentage of VCs that are good at both. But you don't have to be good at both to be useful in the ecosystem, right? There are a lot of VCs that have no practical experience in anything other than giving out money. And there are a lot of startups that need money, so that's good. All right. And then
None of
there
them
are
are
a
on
handful of
scrolls,
VCs. Well, and I jumped in late, so I don't even, I'm not commenting on any one entity at all. And then there are a lot of VCs where the principals are practitioners, and in those circumstances, the value those VCs can bring is above and beyond just financial.
Eliza May, are you on?
I am, yeah. I thought it was a really valuable panel, actually, and I do see the importance of VCs and their part in the overriding ecosystem of the modern economy. Personally, I'm an absolute control freak, and I did not want to give up any control, even if it was 1%. And I could, with the resources that I had and the people that I have, I could do this on my own. I could do this without funding. So that's the route I went down. But if I was developing a platform or something that had not been done before, or working in an incredibly complex space, I'd absolutely have gone down that route. But it just so happened with the services that we run, we're comfortable with them, and we didn't need the connection assistance or the financial. So I'm lucky in that sense, but I think there's a need for it, but it's not something that I needed. And
So,
I'm
gentlemen,
a bit
I
of
would
a
say that
control
is
freak.
the mark of a successful panel, that you converted at least one skeptic publicly.
I was being nice.
Yes.
I didn't realize we were going to get judged so quickly.
Yeah, all right, we're going to write our scores and then we're going to hold them up.
There you go.
No, it was good. If nothing else, for the hat. I can't make my mind up if it's a purple Stetson or a purple pimp hat. I have no idea.
It's the purple
So-
team hat of justice.
I don't know that justice plays into this.
No, it doesn't.
Someone's handing out justice on the purple team usually, right? Red team and blue team.
Ron, Chris, Greg, and Sid, thank you so much for joining us. And we look forward to talking to y'all again.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Let's have a great weekend.
Boom. Well, all right, there we go. All right. So Charles, there's Joel. You're welcome to join our pre-show banter. Technically, you go on in 5 minutes officially.
Okay.
So Ty, what did you think?
Wow, like there was so much to learn there. There's so many people that I talk to that pitch me ideas because, you know, we screen folks for the meetup group, and they're always wondering what should they talk about, what they shouldn't talk about. I've even gotten pitches for crowdsourcing network defense and how to make that happen. And you know, they touched on. Say that again.
Well, I'm both as a former CISO and as a current investor. I'm not sure crowdsourcing network defense is something I would view as either operationally feasible or financially a good investment.
Right. So, I mean, I'm just throwing the things out there, and you know, they touched on the identity and access management and how that could all be intertwined with everything. But you know, overall, like the VCs help control and drive the market. So getting a really good understanding of some of the things that they're looking for currently and in the future,
So
what moves them.
I'm gonna, and I'll apologize for interrupting. I don't actually think VCs control the market.
So they help.
I think VCs are fast followers of trends, and some of them try to guess ahead on trends. but I think VCs are fast followers on trends, and I think it's actually a market that is as dynamic and as organic as I could think of, having been on multiple sides of it. And the reason I say it's organic is because things literally spring from the mind, sometimes of an entrepreneur, or sometimes from the mind of a buyer, right? And as a VC now, what I try to do is observe what I hear people coming up with ideas in the selling side, and observe what I hear people looking for on the buying side, and that's what drives my investments. So I actually think the VCs are much more influenced by the ecosystem than they actually influence the ecosystem. Although the only thing that VCs influence to me is there's too much money out there, so there are too many companies that will die. And so that's sad, but
So depressing, Jesus.
Well, I mean,
You're putting me off my gin.
well, I mean, a good VC, if a good VC is like a good baseball player, right? Like if you get it right 30% of the time at a VC, you're doing well, all right? I mean, that's just the statistics of it. And that's why, as a CISO, like, I mean, there are 500 new companies to talk to every year.
Joel, I think we're doing your job. I feel like we've already wandered into the fireside chat. What did we hire you for? You're on mute. I'm telling you, someone needs to invent this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple button, right? Like it's one tiny button, and I have the Mac with the cool little bar across, and it's even red or green. All I gotta do is press it, and I still can't seem to press it. So anyway, I appreciate you doing my job with the fireside chat. But I mean, if we're ready to kick this off, I'm certainly happy to take over, and everyone can enjoy the next 30 minutes. Cool. All right. Well, thanks, Bryson. Thanks, Ty. Good to see you again, by the way.
Sure.
So, hey, welcome, everyone. This is a fireside chat on the executive track of the Purple Team Summit. I do want to mention, kind of prior to getting into any of this, because I tend to forget, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the Q&A tab on the GoToWebinar or in the Discord channel. If you're on there, it's in the executive track channel. I will do my best to pivot this way and look at the Discord channel. As Bryce mentioned, my name is Joel Scharlat. I'm the Director of Operations for Cyberbytes Foundation. We're a 501c3 nonprofit just located just south of Washington, D.C. And our mission is really to provide education, innovation, and outreach programs that are responsive to our national security challenges. So I have the privilege today of kind of moderating this fireside chat. And I'm joined today by Charles Blauner, who is a partner and CISO in residence at Teammate Group and president at Cyber Aegis Consulting. So Charles has over 40 years of experience with a wealth, and I'll use that kind of pun intended, so a wealth of experience in the financial sector, including spending some time on the board of directors of the Financial Services Information Sharing and Analysis Center. So welcome, Charles. Glad to have you here, and looking forward to the next 30 minutes of our time here. So we're here to talk about kind of purple teams and their value to businesses. And so, as I mentioned, you've got 40 years of experience. What I didn't mention is what that experience kind of really is. So I wanted you to take some time, provide a little bit more information on your background, and then how has that shaped how you think about cybersecurity?
Sure, thanks. And it's hard to compress so much time into so little space, but I mean, I started my life very technical. And so it gave me some cred later on in my life when talking to the folks in my red team. But I go back to the very early days of information security, early modems, first hackers, but I spent most of my life in banking. In the 90s, I was the CISO at JP Morgan. In 2000s, I was the CISO at Deutsche Bank, and I led the security program at Citi most of the last 13 years. And I think, especially since we're thinking about this from the executive perspective, I think one of the big evolutions really has been that early on, people thought of this as fundamentally a technical topic. And it was the responsibility of the technical folks to worry about it. I think today people have realized that this is a fundamental business issue. And when you think about building a security program nowadays, you really have to sort of base it on that. And I think if you're thinking about a security program in a current company today, if you really think about it, first and foremost, from a business risk perspective, you've got a good start. If you help break it down to people so they understand the difference between protection, detection, response, and recovery, as a CISO explaining it to your board, that's sort of the next start. And I think the most fundamental thing that you can do as you think about this from a leader perspective, a business perspective, is I think you have to be intelligent about it. And the session before, I know some of the folks, I heard some of the conversation at the end talking about the actual intel community. And so I don't necessarily mean everyone needs to have their own version of the CIA. But being intelligence-led just means being a thoughtful learning organization. And so I think my time in has taught me that if you continue to learn, and if you're business oriented, those are sort of the most fundamental necessities for success.
Great. Yeah, no, I think that's some pretty good insight there. I mean, I will say that's almost why I didn't kind of throw your introduction out there, because it is kind of hard to compress those 40 years into in just a couple of minutes. But I think hopefully over the next 25 or so minutes, we'll help kind of pull that out. Since we are here to kind of talk about purple teams, right? And because we're sort of, as you and I talk, kind of keeping this at the very sort of executive high level, maybe we should take the opportunity now to kind of really sort of define what a purple team is, right? So just that we're kind of baselining the conversation. So how would you, as a CISO, former CISO, CISO in residence, how do you explain what a purple team is?
So I actually think of the purple team in a way as one of the instantiations of this philosophy about being intelligence-led. All right. If we take a step back for a moment and you think about what intelligence-led means, intelligence-led means understanding your adversaries and how they do their work. It means understanding your own strengths and weaknesses, and it means continuously learning. If you think about that, then and you think about how you think about defending a bank or any other kind of firm, you think about this whole idea of protection, detection, response, and let's put recovery aside for a moment. If you have that as your framework and you have this idea of being intelligence-led, one of the first things you need to understand is how good are my defenses, all right? But you don't want to do that without context. You want to do that from the perspective of who are my adversaries, what are they after, and how are they trying to come after me? And so if you think about those business necessities and you think about the evolution of sort of red team to purple team, it really is about fulfilling those necessities, all right? The whole idea of red team, purple team is really what I would think of more as just like a fusion, Okay, it's bringing the intelligence about your adversaries. It's bringing the skills around execution of those adversarial techniques. And it's bringing an understanding of your strengths and weaknesses together and really testing them under live fire, right? Not thinking about this in a laboratory way, but testing them under live fire, which is what the purple team sort of brings it all together. And it's really important to understand why this is so critical from a business perspective, because it's the only way to really look at the combination of technology, process, and humans, all right? It's really easy in a lab to test a product, okay? It's easy for an auditor to look at a process and say, are you executing that process in a consistent fashion? But understanding, is the system working to help defend me from bad guys? Those things don't do. And so if you're going to be intelligence-led about it, it really drives you to thinking about this kind of testing and the underlying philosophies that come in purple teaming, this sort of fusion of teams, this fusion of perspectives.
Yeah, that's interesting, and I like how you bring together. You're talking about the people, the process, the technology, right, and how it's really an ecosystem. What I did want to, as I was looking through the Discord conversation from an earlier panel discussion, somebody had mentioned that purple team is a process and not necessarily a physical team. Whereas I think most people kind of see it as, hey, you've got your red team on the attack and your blue team on the defense side, bringing the two teams together. So what's your take on that? Is it a conglomeration of your attack and defend, or is it really just a process that brings, as you say, the intelligence piece in, and then hands that information over to the defenders?
So I'm going to sort of come down in more along the lines of process, but I'm going to use a slightly different word. I think purple team is more about a culture. All right. And you want to create process to make the culture something sustainable. But I don't think it's about organizational structures. All right. I mean, some people have outsourced SOCs. Some people have internal SOCs. Some people have hybrid SOCs. Some people have intel teams. Some people have providers. Some have both. Some people have, my last company, I mean, George is out there somewhere. I mean, I had a lot of ethical hackers, and I'd put my old team up against any. Some companies have one. Some companies rely purely on outside third parties. So who makes up the purple team is not really important, because it's going to be different in every company. But what can be consistent in every company is an underlying philosophy, an underlying culture of this sort of collaborative view around how you are understanding what your risk posture is. All right, not in a theoretical sense, but in a real practical sense. All right, and so I wasn't part of the earlier discussion, but I would come down on process leaning towards culture.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I like that, and I like the I actually like how you did reframe it as it's more of a culture, right? So it's getting the organization to understand the value of purple team, right? So if that's the culture, then what's the value of that? So then I would actually throw that question out to you. So aside, I mean, we've talked a little bit about sort of sharing the information and bringing the intelligence into the culture and the process. what is the value of that, right? Like, and maybe focusing specifically on the banking industry, given, you know, kind of your background and your history there, right? Like, so to the banking industry, what's the value of bringing that in to, you know, a company that may not be used to doing that?
Well, I mean, so I think the most important value is self-awareness. All right. It is very easy for a company to have gone out and bought a whole bunch of tools and hired a group of people and to say, okay, I got it, I'm good. That's a false belief, right? You can never sort of be satisfied by that. And so I think the first thing that it sort of brings in is this, it forces a degree of self-awareness, which is an important starting point. But I also think it creates context, all right? Having a conversation, and let's move away from banking for a moment. Having a conversation with the head of a manufacturing company about a certain security issue is not really interesting. Putting it into the context of, okay, let's think of today's world. Any one of the dozens of companies working on therapeutics or vaccines around COVID, and explaining to the CEO that our company's future is based on us guarding this intellectual property, both from a confidentiality perspective and if we want to get FDA approval for our meds perspective from an integrity perspective. All right. Wouldn't you like to have some sense of knowledge about how the Chinese or the Russians or the French or the next country after next country after next country are likely to come after us? Okay, so we need this like intelligence thing happening. Wouldn't you like to understand how our defenses line up against that and have a sense of, are we able to defend ourselves? All right. Not for a security reason, but because there is this thing we're trying to do. I talked to a company and we were talking about supply chain. And in the security supply chain, we always talk about data. Their cyber supply chain concerns were all about delivering a certain bottle to a certain place at a certain time, to make sure that a product got to a certain store at a certain date to meet a commitment. Whatever the context is, there's a business context, and that is, and understanding the business context and thinking about how you hack yourself, how you test yourself. That's what purple teaming is all about. And when you talk to your board of directors and you talk about the results of a purple team event, because you've thought about it in this holistic way in a business context, the kind of conversation that you're having with your board is really different than if you think about an old-fashioned red team event and you're talking about, well, this server was unpatched and this thing had this thing and this thing had that thing. Yeah, you exposed a bunch of security vulnerabilities. Have you had a meaningful conversation with your board about business risk? No, and I think the philosophy of purple teaming underpins this philosophy of thinking about and talking to your board in a more business-oriented way. And so I think I rambled, but I think I answered your question also.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I think you did. I mean, and really, I think as you know, I mean, now what I've, you know, because I kind of came in, I mean, and from my perspective, you know, if you come, like, if you talk about DevOps, right, the value of combining two teams there is the development and the operations side. And the value there is that you get the picture from both sides, right? So you understand, you know, hey, I developed this, but, you know, back in the day, right? Like you would develop it, but you'd hand it over to the folks that maintained it, right? And they were hardly ever the same. But now if you've created an issue, you're solving that issue, right? So there's a clear kind of value where I've got some of that intrinsic knowledge.
Yeah, and just like everything, there are value trade-offs in all of those decisions.
Absolutely, right? And so I think, you know, as you and I talk, and as I, you know, so I'm sorry, so as I kind of, I had the thought of, hey, purple team was really bringing the red team with the defenders together, creating a team. As I've gone through the day, it's really, you know, we've seen, you know, purple team is a culture, as you've said, purple team is a process, right? And so then if I'm an executive and my CISO comes in and says, you know, hey, we just did this purple team exercise, so who's on the purple team, right? Like, I mean, maybe it's better to go back and kind of have that conversation and say, okay, if we think it's more of a process and we think it's more of a culture, then who takes part in those purple team exercises?
So I think you have to break that up into a couple of different pieces, all right? And this is my perspective, which does not necessarily mean this is correct, but my perspective is that the part of a quote unquote purple team exercise that's dramatically different from a traditional exercise is the planning process. All right. It's not the actual execution of the test. All right. In the end, whether philosophically you're doing this as a purple team thing or a more traditional thing, in the end, there's an aspect of it where your SOC, without knowing what the hell is happening in a completely unannounced way, is responding to real stuff getting thrown at them, all right, from the red team, okay? And so the in real-time hacking team and in the real-time defending team, I mean, in the real-time defending team, that's your everyday SOC, that's your blue team, okay? What's really different, what makes it purple to me anyway, is the planning process, is the collaborative nature of the planning, the scoping of it. And it's, again, I don't think it's just red team and blue team. I think it's an intelligence function together with the red team and the blue team that makes up this planning process. And that is, to me anyway, the purple part of it, okay? You may have one observer from the blue team watching the red team, because you may have ground control or control rules to say, okay, at this point you have to stop before real harm is done. But generally speaking, the blue team has to be completely unaware of this happening for it to have any use. And so in the midst of the live fire thing, there has to be a wall there, all right? Because if they know you're coming, you're not testing them.
Right, right.
All right. So to me, purple is I like that. Purple is a planning thing.
So then if, you know, I mean, if we sort of, you know, we talked about exercises and sort of leaving the, I don't want to, probably not the right way to say it, but sort of leaving the blue team in the dark, right? Like making it a little bit more of a surprise, so that you're not gaming the game, if you will, from an exercise perspective. But then tie that back into the culture, right? So I can't leave the blue team in the dark all year, right? Like, so if it's a culture, how do you incorporate you know, the red team and the blue team sort of philosophy together within the company?
Because what ties it together culturally is this whole intelligence-led culture where one of the three underlying tenets is this continuous learning. All right. For red teaming, the actual events are within a prescribed time frame. A company cannot tolerate continuous purple teaming, right? Purple teaming, the actual event, is a time-boxed event. It has to be, because the reality is, if you think about constant purple teaming, that would create a cloud of fog that a bad guy could take advantage of. All right. So the event is still, in a sense, a time box controlled event. The SOC doesn't know when it's going to happen. It's just an incident, but it's not an incident that they're going to be managing for 6 months.
Sure.
All right. It's going to be an incident that gets to a certain point, and now the manager is going to come in and say, okay, game's over. You didn't know it was a game, but game's over. And so what makes it purple is, okay, event happened. Now what's the learning? The learning is a purple thing. All right. Then people will go off, do their work, their tuning, and whatever the time frame is, 6 months or a year later, you're doing your next event. And the planning is purple again, and the lessons learned is purple again. The test is blue against red.
Okay, yeah, so we've got about 6 minutes left here. I wanted to, if any questions do come up, I'm happy to take those and pass them along. And we do have, some comments in the Discord channel, primarily around, there's a little bit of disagreement, I think, on how you say, hey, it's testing the environment, but really this particular comment is saying, hey, don't agree. You're not testing the blue team, you're testing the environment and how it really needs to be open and transparent.
You're testing both. I'm going to disagree. You're testing, when you're doing a real event, you're testing your employees in how they deal with phishing or other types of methods you're going to use for your initial attack vector. Okay, you're testing your technology to understand whether things that are meant to be preventative or preventing, things that are meant to be detective or detecting. You're testing your process and you're testing your people. So I disagree. I'm going to respectfully disagree. The event is testing all of it. It's testing the entire end-to-end chain of protect, detect, respond. And that detect, respond is the security operations center, humans and process. All right. And so, yes, you are testing the whole system, but the blue team is a part of the system. They are part of defining the scope, but during the active test, they are as much a subject of the test as anything else is.
Sure. Okay. I guess we got, like I mentioned, about now left. Maybe one last question for me. I mean, is the purple team as a process or as a culture? I mean, is it for every company? I mean, is this just like a large company thing? Is it a small company thing? Does it apply sort of across the board? Maybe apply more pertinent to others? What's your sort of take on that?
I think some of the underlying philosophical pieces are actually doable for any company. All right. The process by which you implement it will vary a lot, but the idea, the philosophical core of this as a fundamental learning opportunity that can be true anywhere. The core philosophy of doing this and framing it in a business context can be done anywhere. So I think those philosophical tenets work from large company to small company. The details of what it looks like because of outsource socks, insource socks, all the other things. I mean, small companies are going to be outsourced everything. Large companies are more likely to be insourced most things, right? That's cool. So I think it's those two philosophical tenets that apply broadly. Everything else, scale does matter.
Right. Well, great. So Charles, we're about at our time here. I wanted to thank you. Appreciate you taking the time today to come and talk to us. And I've certainly learned a lot. So I appreciate it. And thank you. I see Bryson is the mage, as I'm going to call you now, the mage with your hat, with your hoodie on over there, and the beard has reappeared. So I think we're about out of time. Turn it back over to Bryson.
Gandalf is slated for December. You're early, Joel.
Whoa, which one? What's that?
Cyber Gandalf kicks off in December.
Oh. Hope I didn't ruin any surprises.
No, I thought this was great. So one of the things I like about having my conversations that I've had with Charles, and I do want to call you out as being, you've been particularly generous with giving feedback to me as a founder in the past, as well as your view on the market and particularly where our platform fit into it. And I think that's something that I would recommend. One, everybody go find other VCs that have that kind of perspective. And of course, I'm sure if you can get in touch with Charles over at Team 8, they're always looking for new ideas as well. But that's how you sharpen the edge to know the quickest way to go and drive into the market. Two, I like that you do have a very particular perspective on this. You were a CISO of one of the largest financial institutions in the world. Your ideas are not philosophical. They were what helped you be successful to accomplish what you needed to do. And purple teaming was a part of the process that you had there at that FI.
But purple teaming back then, it was just part of this larger concept that we were building around this whole idea of fusion. Purple teaming is a piece of that larger philosophical thing, which was get as many different bright minds with as many different perspectives together to look at something. And that's what's so cool about purple teaming. And that's why I think it's less about specific teams, because every situation, the bright minds may be different bright minds. The right people in a certain purple team event may actually come from the app dev team or an infrastructure group, not necessarily from your traditional red team or blue team.
Turns out it's all a part of a common surface area for your enterprise.
Well, every human being is part of the surface area of the enterprise.
I agree.
I heard someone mentioning before patching people. We haven't figured out how to do that, but as a VC, if anyone has an idea about how to patch people, I would love to hear it. And if I believe it, I will get you money.
Well, Charles, Joel, thank you so much for your insights. And we look forward to hearing more from you all at a future date.
Great, thank you.
All right, we are bumping up against the hour. So we've already moved 1 minute into Ryan Leirvik's time. So Ryan, we're not going to do the pre-show banter. We're going to give you your time back. Throw Q&A in the chat, or actually, how are you doing Q&A? Do you want to do it at the end of your talk? Do you have a Q&A time period slated?
No, I prefer things dynamically. So as people have questions, pop them in the chat, and I'll address them as they come up. If somebody's monitoring for us, if you're monitoring, I don't catch it right away, feel free to bring it up. But yeah, please, more dynamic.
All right. I'll be on standby to jump in and interject then.
Cool, thanks. Thank you. Let me bring up my slides here. Are you able to make me host, or do you have my slides? Just so everyone can...
I will give you presentation abilities. You are
Great.
Now a presenter.
Yay. All right, bear with me, everybody, while I bring this up. Great. Quick feedback. Everybody can see the slide deck, if you will. Yes.
You're good.
Awesome. Great. All right. Well, first, I see there's a good number of people here, so thanks very much for taking the time to come hear me talk about purple teams. Briefly, here on Friday the 13th. So we'll spend probably the next 40 minutes really just going over what I would consider to be the value of purple teams, right? We'll get into the problem and all that in just a minute. But largely, like I said to Bryson at the top of this, please feel free to ask questions as we're going along, especially if one, things aren't understood, which I expect they would, but two, if you want a little bit of a deeper discussion. Caveats up front, this is the executive track, right? So this is not a technical talk. This is to stay high level. Predominantly, this discussion is around one of the biggest problems that CISOs are challenged with right now, which is how do I prove value of my program, right? If you're a CISO listening, you're either struggling with this now, or you have some solutions, or it's coming down the pipe and you're getting asked on like what the return on investment all is. This talk is like designed around addressing that through immediate, just demonstrating immediate value through purple teams, hence the name of the talk. So appreciate your time being here. So without further ado, I'm gonna jump right in quickly. Again, so this is our agenda for the next 35 minutes. But broadly, we're gonna talk about four things, right? One, sort of, why the big request from executives on security measures, right? This is a big topic. We're not going to solve the topic today, but we're going to discuss that is the problem that we're trying to solve for today, right? Two, the big issue that we all deal with, right, is, well, I have a lot of data. Some of it exists, some of it doesn't exist, and the stuff that does exist is, by definition, almost lagging. Like we'll get into that issue pretty heavily. And then the third is, look, I'm going to provide a point of view on how purple teams help solve that with immediate data, right? And then last, I'll show you an example of how this worked. Now, the names of the client and full output will be obfuscated, but the intent will be there. So if there are any questions, please use the chat. I'm happy to address questions as they come up, or key the mic and we can do it so everybody can hear. All right, so for number one, right, let's just level set real quick on what purple teaming is. I know there's a purple teaming conference. It's probably already clear, so I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I think it's worth just level setting. Most of us know what red teams are, right? Offensive team in charge of emulating adversaries, right? Choose what TTPs you want, mimic those tactics or emulate them, right? And walk through the organization to try to pretend like you're that particular threat so that the organization can see, how they do against it, right? Blue team, well, those are the defenders, right? So the individuals, your SOC, your MSSP, if you have one, like the incident responders, those that have to actually try to defend against the organization, right? Are effectively charged with maintaining that security resilience, right? Should be pretty clear, but again, level set. What is a purple team? Well, it's not one particular team, it's the combination of them both, right? This is, some people call it a virtual team. Others call it just the merging of red and blue. We should all know this, but I just want to level set because this is a high level discussion for the value of them, right? It's bringing them both together, right? So not to be mistaken with some of the states that are not red or blue, still questionable. That's not the purple we're talking about. So effectively, purple teams. So again, the idea here, of course, is that the blue team is aware of what the red team's activities are so that in real time, remember this is an executive level data discussion, so real time event of what's actually happening, right? So again, the objective, just to be clear, is, as you can see, prove organizational, both your processes, your technologies, and your people, your skills, right, are threat resilient, right? Which means like specific threats, your teams and your tooling and where they're pointed and how they work actually can identify some of the threats that may be part of your threat profile, right? So purple team, level set. So back to the problem. So the issue, as I talked about at the top, is look, either you're a CISO or you're in the CISO shop, or you're feeding data to the CISO, or you're an executive CEO or board member that just needs to know, like, look, how are we doing in cybersecurity, right? We've basically been at the measures game for a while, right? No one's quite nailed it yet. That's just the issue. There are some of the high-level banks have gotten pretty tight on measures and doing quite well. Some of the other organizations have done well. Most of us struggle with what to actually report to the board, which need to be actionable information, right? Or two, what to report internally so we can take action on them, not only inform risk, right, but also take action on them. And then three, what's just tactical measures that are fun to pay attention to but don't really tell us anything. Like, so how many times we get DDoS? Great, it's interesting from a environmental perspective, right? But it's not necessarily interesting from an action perspective, unless you're dealing with the DDoS attack, right? Or the variety of DDoS, right? Again, executive level discussion. So broadly, that is all to say that the situation is like security knowledge boards are increasing, right? And they're asking for more data, which means, the days of, hey, I have a program and it's working, feel like they're pretty much long gone. Now it's more of, hey, I have a program, CISO mentions I have a program, and the board says, all right, well, how much did we spend on it, right? And how can we quantify very specific outcomes to those particular tools or the training or even the services we provide, right? Pen testing, red teaming, others, right? So this is the problem, right? So now what does that do for the CISO, right? Or CRO, or I use CISO interchangeably here with, well, not interchangeably, but as an example of somebody who's struggling with this. This doesn't always fit in the CISO shop, but it typically does. So that's why I choose the CISO shop. So the problem, right, is that most data, as we know, is lagging. Now, there's two things to think about here, right, as you're digesting what's on the slide, right? One is, what do I measure? I can measure a lot of things, right? But can I measure something that actually makes sense, right? So what we've seen organizations do is kind of structure that question into, okay, what are some key management areas, things where, okay, I can manage this particular threat or instance or whatever the case might be, right? What are some key performance areas? These are the KPIs, right? How am I doing against specific incidents, or how am I doing to keep my risk level low, right? Then, okay, well, what are those key risk areas, right? Okay, then how am I doing from resourcing? How do I resource all this, right? So what to measure is where the challenge does sit, but the primary challenge, sort of subordinate underneath that, right, is effectively, okay, well, how do I get actionable data here, right? So on the other side of the slide here, you see some current practices, and these, quite frankly, are good. Let's walk through a couple of them, right? So the one that we all seem to love is, the management gaps, right? Time from a discovered threat to the response team activity, right? It's a very telling measure, right? I wouldn't even call it a metric. It's literally a measure. It's the delta of time, right? Time when it was discovered to the time when we actually addressed it, right? We didn't say mitigation. That's different. We all know that. But the point is, timestamp number one, you see it happening. Sorry, timestamp number one, it's happening. Timestamp number two, you see it happening. A lot can happen in that time frame. And this is why we love this measure so much, because it's like, okay, from the moment either an actual threat or a red team is on our networks and may possibly, gaining persistence or moving laterally or whatever the tactic or technique that they're using that we're supposed to catch as a blue team is doing, we need visibility of it right away so that we can start to address it, right? Addressing, as we all know, is a whole different story, right? Do I want to watch them, right? Do I want to get them off the network right away? That's a whole different strategic scope and, quite frankly, a whole different talk. But the reality is, like, we're still struggling with, like, just getting that time from when it actually happened to what we can do. So why do I spend so much time on this? Well, it's still a lagging indicator, right? It's a great measure, right? A lot of companies have a hard time with that particular one. Usually it shows up, pardon me, when you're doing the forensic research of an incident, right? Oh, well, we found out it actually happened here. We didn't have actually visibility of the SOC or SIM, whatever the case would be here, and our team didn't respond to it until here. Okay, well, that time span, if it's a day, is an awful long time for your adversary to be sitting on your, well, have access, either be sitting on your network or have access to a file share or a data store or just an endpoint, whatever the case might be, that might actually be able to give them access to critical data, right? Or create some sort of impact to the organization. So the hard part here is getting real-time data, right? How do I actually squish this up to say, I need to see it when I need to know when it's happening, whether my tooling or my team or anybody can identify that's actually happening. I need to know. We'll get to that in a minute. So again, a good indicator here, right? But again, it's lagging, right? And some KPIs, right, that are actually pretty good. Okay, so now time to mitigate a critical threat once it's detected. Now that's a longer time frame, right? Okay, now we've decided to actually mitigate it. How long does that take us, right? That's really where most of the impact comes into, which is why we want to increase performance in that area. You know, this shouldn't be a surprise to many CISOs out there, but that's really the area, that and the time to address and you know, a time to identify and address it, and then address it to mitigation are really the two big keys that we see happening just practice-wise, right, across the board. Again, a good measure, but two things there. It's lagging, and it's actually hard to keep current. One of the big ones here, like number of applications have a security assessment. Why is that important? Well, if you have a big SDLC shop or your big application shop, right, and you're pushing out a bunch of really a bunch of applications, we see quite often that not every single one of them actually, especially with a big push to cloud, not every one of them especially goes through an application review, which is a challenge. So that becomes really hard to keep current because your SDLC process, especially in cloud instances, is outstripping your pace to actually put some security controls in place, right? So, you know, not only can you not, does that interfere with your architecture, right, because you don't have visibility of it, it also interferes with your logging capabilities to determine, are you detecting it? So, you know, we all love the cloud, but sometimes it's kind of like, you know, opening a magical door to a server or a network that just wasn't there a few minutes ago, right? So again, critical practice, right, is trying to identify what's happening, get the information, get it quickly enough to take action on it, right? So it's a challenge, right? It's still good, quite frankly, in many places, it's best practice, but it's not real time, right? Or near real time, right? So a couple more, and then I'm going to move on to what we can do about it. So the other area, of course, is key risk indicators. This is what we're, you know, broadly what executives are looking for, as you know, most CISOs and risk managers will tell you, right? I need to understand what's manageable, right? Some good ones there, of course, are, you know, number of third-party vendors with access to sensitive data. Can everybody say they can do that? Because usually, if you're small enough and you have it written in your contracts, you can, right? If you're large enough, and maybe even, you know, an organization with a lot of mergers, acquisitions, should be branch outs but stayed nested inside the company, right, or organization, it's really difficult to know how many third parties you have and how quickly they can get to your third data, right? The Target example years ago taught us this, right? Again, great information, but also somewhat informative, right, from a risk standpoint, but lagging, right, because it's got to take time to go through the contract to get to the IT department and say, okay, let me authenticate these individuals and, you know, track them from an IAM perspective, or better yet, like deprovision them when they're gone, right? These are all things that, you know, need to be tracked and maintained over time. So again, back to the problem. The executives are asking for data to prove what the actual outcomes are. And, you know, we're struggling inside the organization to not only get the data, but get it in near real time, right? Last one, which is a good one that we see quite a bit, just, you know, for sake of argument here, is number of SLAs out of compliance because of incident. Well, you know, if you're a SaaS shop, or you're a shop that, or you're an organization that is providing a service and you have an outage, you know, and that 99 point however many nines uptime matters, you're out of compliance or out of service, which has massive impact on the company, right? Of course, right? Fines, loss of revenue, whatever the case might be, right? These are issues that, that quite frankly, like executives care about. And as a security shop, you care about because that's the underlying piece to keep the business running, right? Also a good measure, but again, lagging. So what's the point of this whole thing? Executives are asking for lots of data to prove the effectiveness and efficiency of systems. There's a amount of money that gets spent there, right? Which now they're turning to say, all right, what's the value of everything I've spent, right? Most of the indicators that we have, or the data that we have now, it is good, right? But it's also lagging. So how do we solve for this? Well, of course, naturally, one way to do that is purple teaming, right? This is a slight variation of the real purple teaming term, which matters. But I want to say for those, I kind of want to explain it this way for those that haven't run purple teams yet. It might be moving in this direction, right? One way to actually, one way to do this, or one way to think about it is literally you're combining both of them. There's a key element though, is that the red team does need to communicate immediately with the blue team, and everybody needs on the same page. That is, that's effectively where the real value is going to come in. So, why does this matter, right? I want you to sit back for a second. Think about all the measures we just talked about. They're up on the screen, right? Most of our indicators that we talked about, actually all of them, were lagging. They're lagging indicators, right? Naturally, right? We have to go back and see, okay, when did the incident happen? How quickly do we have visibility of it? The beauty of running a purple team is that you get that information right away, because you literally get the information from the attacker right away, like, hey, this is what I'm going to do. Do you have visibility of it? And that starts to speak value right away, because you can see, okay, how effective are my tools? Are my tools pointing in the right direction? Heck, sometimes, like, did I even turn them on properly? Like, I laugh, but the reality is, like, how many times do we see organizations that, like, have a great tool, it just may not have been implemented properly or put the environment in the right direction, right? It's not uncommon. And so, now you get a system, you get an opportunity to say, all right, let's actually test how good is my team. I know I put them through a ton of training last year, especially now during COVID. Well, we've got varying issues, right, with budgets and training, especially when we have this wholesale move to an online environment, which I imagine, can't see everybody, but I imagine like we've all been, our resources have been gobbled up doing a lot of IT issues, moving things wholesale online than what we would like. So training may or may not have taken a hit in your organization this year. But again, you want to test it and see how good was it? Like if I put somebody through some incident response training, like how well does that apply to my actual situation, right? My actual environment. Purple teaming is one way to do that. So just to run through a couple of things that you're looking at here on the slide are, right? So let's get back to some of the ones we talked about earlier, right? Time to discover the threat into, team responsibility, into the team activity, excuse me, right? You know that because you get that first stamp right away. Okay, red team, we're in. Hey, we spearfished this particular employee. We've gained access. They clicked on it. We've gained access. Okay, blue team, did you see the payload? Right? And how quickly did you identify it? Right? You know that immediate timestamp, right? Not only the T minus at that point, T plus the time the clock's ticking, you can see it. If it takes you 2 hours to see it, and you now know that for that particular TTP, right, for that particular threat actor, what you're actually doing, you don't have visibility for 2 hours. Well, we all know how much you can do in 2 hours. You can do quite a bit, right? So, I mean, effectively, right, without tripping other issues, but that's part of the red team plan, right? So you can see 2 immediate indicators with immediate turnaround. We talked about number 1, right? But 2, like how many employees are demonstrating poor behavior, right? Well, I know one of them if they clicked on them. How many others did? right? Now, what does that tell you, right? That tells you some remedial training, or you know, well, you got to see what happens next. But immediately it starts putting on the radar scope, like, okay, now I know how effective either my phishing campaigns have been. I need to target them towards these type of attacks, depending on, you know, what the spear phishing email actually was, right? So next, you know, as you think about the attacker moving, you know, gaining persistence and moving through the environment, right? You start to move into a little bit more of the measures that you'll start to get immediate value on, which tell you a little bit more of the story, right? So the performance indicators, like how quickly the incident handler is happening, right? Or sorry, identifying the issue and starting to mitigate it, should that be part of the plan. So during a purple team, you have the red team saying, this is what we're doing. I've gained access to this particular file share based on what I told you I was going to do, and I'm here. How quickly was it identified, and how quickly did it get to the response team, right? In real time. Now, granted, let's be honest, during an exercise, you do have a little bit more of an advantage, right? Because you know it's coming, but it does give you a real-time indicator. Say, all right, well, it took me 45 minutes to mitigate this. Or quite frankly, like based on the TTPs, they cut access to the file share. I couldn't get it. The attacker maintained control over it the entire time, and I had no way to get to it, right? So now you went from 45 minutes to a handful of, yeah, hours, days, depends, right? Pardon me. So you start to see the point here. While you're watching the exercise unfold, you're getting this real-time data that you can collect and prove, pardon me, the effectiveness of what you're trying to test for, right? Two more that are quite interesting, the last two on the slide, are, you know, this gets to our third-party question. You know, effectively, a decent number of, depends on your threat intelligence, right, and what your actually attack environment looks like, or your threat environment looks like. But depending on the attack, a significant number will come through a third party with access to your data, right? Assuming that they're not a vendor that may be as security savvy or mature or resilient as you would expect them to have access. So this gets to the question of, okay, now you get real-time data based on the third parties you might want to test that are part of the exercise, right? Always get a permission to test. Again, purple team, everybody knows what's going on before anything happens. The big thing here is to test, you know, the third parties. Like, okay, well, did we have visibility when this particular vendor who has access to this without, you know, as themselves, right? Can we attack? Can we figure out when they actually jump in and actually take over an administrator? Right? Do we have visibility? Right? Again, simplistic terms, not a tech talk, right? We're talking about the broader concepts here. So was that account monitored, right? If it was, what happened, right? The last one, service level agreements. We talked before about, you know, if this is a primary driver for your business, having a loss of not being able to service your customers is going to have an immediate impact on it. So you're able to test this too, depending on, you know, the threats that may come in, and, you know, for a number of them that actually will sit and shut down some of your environment simply for malicious purposes, or for slightly more nefarious purposes, but that depends on the threats that you're actually looking for. So the larger point for all of this, obviously, is running a purple team at this point in time really can give you some immediate insights into how your systems are actually working, how your tooling is capturing what you think it's capturing, and how well your defenders are actually defending against the specific threats that, you know, fit in your, what you think to be, you know, your threat profile. So this, let's jump from sort of the, okay, this sounds all good. How about an example? So I'll use a couple minutes here to jump into example. So before I jump into this, actually, I don't see anything coming up in the chat. So been watching it. Please, like, if you have questions, especially during this part, please feel free to send them my way. So what does all this mean, right? One of the things that we did a little while ago, won't tell you when, again, no client information here, and I'm not going to explain too much detail, but broadly what we did was the real challenge here, which I didn't write on the slide here, is the CISO said, all right, look, I want to do this. Like, I actually want to test, like, how good am I tooling? How good am my team? Like, we had done an assessment and proven what could happen. The big question came up to say, well, how do we know it's actually going to happen? So they were open to running a purple team, right? And we actually were able to cover 2 different SOCs, right? They're global follow the sun type model. So as one was kicking over to the other, we picked a 3-hour time frame for 1.5 on one, I'll tell you which one. And then when we switched over to the other one, right, we can continue. Both knew what was happening. This one prior to coming in, this one prior to ending their day, right? So again, it was effectively over 2 sets of blue teams. We did that simply to optimize for performance, right? Because, very similar to any programs that you put together, right? You want to make sure that they're working somewhat seamlessly. And so the CISO in this particular case wanted to do that. So what does all this mean? So here's what we did. So with the red team was very clear on the objectives. They had 11 adversarial campaigns for specific threats, right? Classic red team, right? They're emulated TTPs of the known threats that we had specified, and shared their step-by-step activities with full communication over this 3-hour period. Again, 1.5 hours, switch over 1.5 hours. The threat maintained seamlessly. The SOC was the one that had to deal with the administrative changeover, which, spoiler alert, actually worked out fairly well. Blue team, the CISO wanted to actually monitor this in real time and see it happening. So in this particular example, what we did was we had, what we did was we actually threw up a Slack channel and a video in both of the SOCs to, well, one, and then switched over to the other to see what was actually happening. The CISO wanted to record, like, all right, I'm interested in being able to explain why we've invested so heavily in this new, they had a threat hunting team that they wanted to see, like, okay, as soon as it happened, could we find them? So now, again, he wanted to test that. Not your typical blue team exercise, but that was an additional piece for it. And also want to say they'd invested pretty heavily over the last 1.5 years in some very specific tools, right? And then of course training for the SOC and incident response and tier 3 incident responders, right? So what wound up happening over the 3-hour period, as was not necessarily expected, 9 of the campaigns out of the 11 went completely undetected, which was interesting. We didn't necessarily expect it because we had run, there's a couple tools that we ran prior to this, and they were detected during the actual purple team engagement. They went undetected completely. So that includes getting access to domain access. Actually, I have it on slide, 2 undetected attacks, and then right to the critical data. You try to take off the DOP, any cache of data coming off of the network was not within scope. I want to be very clear about that. It wasn't part of this engagement, but we had high degree of confidence that we would be able to do that. So, all right, still not seeing any chat here, so I'm going to keep going. So what does all this mean? Like, all this is to say that after watching this 3-hour engagement, we give the synthesis of like what happened, the specific areas that we were able to gain access to, the specific time between when we had access to when it was detected to when it was actioned to then when, given a critical instance that should have been mitigated, when it was mitigated. That in and of itself gives a tremendously valuable story. The CISO to go back and say, okay, we've spent all this money, right? And largely, given the metrics that we've been showing over the course of, I think, 2 years, right? We're measuring ourselves pretty well. So based on some threat modeling, we saw a handful of threats that we didn't really have scoped into what we think our configuration and our training is going to meet, right, or match. So we picked 11 of them, right, and then we red teamed them with full knowledge of the blue team to see if they could track it. And the way he was able actually to brief the board, he in this case, brief the board to say, look, they had to come in and they got access and we didn't see it. And then they got access and they asked, can you see me? Nope. Here's where I am, blue team. Nope. No, really, I'm right here. No, can't see it. So then we got really loud, start running a lot of tools, right? Like, okay, well, if we run, I won't say it here, but if we run X tool, like that should get picked up. Still not seeing it. Okay, well, now that we have domain access, let's start running it everywhere. And that's when it got picked up. So that particular time frame, which I'm not sharing here on purpose, was way too long to have domain access, right? And so that in and of itself led to two major product team, to get alerts a little bit more quickly. Two, specific team members, even at level 1, to be able to identify those alerts, all the way to the incident responders to be able to mitigate the issue, respond to the incident, mitigate the issue. And then in this case, a handful of threat hunters to not start with a hypothetical hypothesis of, hey, we think these threats might be here, let's go look for them. Knew they were there, no one could see it, and start seeing where they went after your last indication of compromise. So immediate value from a purple team engagement that really it was really quite refreshing to see a CISO walk away with a sense of what really can happen given an exercise, right? We hear quite a bit, especially from like the site team, like train as you fight. This kind of level, the playing field sort of, all right, let's test as we're fighting. Because very rarely do you get an adversary that's going to say, hey, I'm going to come in and these are the things I'm going to do, right? And you're going to watch it and I want to see, can you actually pick it up, right? Kind of along the way, along the lines of what we used to do in the physical space back in the day, right? This is purple teaming is a way to actually get that immediate feedback to how really good am I against specific threats that, if you do threat modeling, probably are active, if you're a target, right? Assuming the threat is there and you have a vulnerability and, there's an ability to get to the compromise. Purple teams are a good way to assess it. So that is the end of everything. I wanted to save some time at the end here for some questions. I haven't seen any, which either means, well, I don't know what that means. So Bryson, maybe you can help out. But thank you for listening. That's effectively it. And I've run 2 purple teams recently, and quite frankly, like I can't say enough about how valuable they are. But I'll end it there.
But how valuable? What is the purple team?
Yeah.
What kind of roadblocks have you met with executives in doing that? Or because I think in at least one of those you were a part of helping them convince to do it, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's not easy because there's 2. Look, let's be honest. Like, there's 2 things that are really hard for the CISOs or anybody in the security space. One, to admit that, well, that's hard. Is to say, like, look, my tools may not be perfect, right? I think getting past that is the first hurdle, quite frankly. And then 2, really opening up the aperture of the enterprise and say, look, I trust these people to come in, expose my infrastructure and some of my vulnerabilities to, a third party. Like, how do I trust that third party that they're going to give me confidence in, in giving them this type of access? And then, back to number 1, can I actually do this over time, repeatably, and take this information and get it back to either the board or use it internally, right? And sort of admit that, look, we're not perfect, but we do have vulnerabilities that we need to patch, fix, whatever the case might be, and I want to know what those are right away. So those are kind of the two biggest hurdles that I see quite a bit.
Eliza May, if you're on, I think you had a question.
I did, but it's nonsense. I wanted to know, what are the little black dots in the background? Because they look like looks like rock climbing pads, as if you've been like really excited to get upstairs to the point you've been climbing the walls.
Yeah, it's the alternate route, just in case there's water running down the stairs. You need a second route back up, not back down.
That's what I do when I wear suede shoes.
I love it. Yeah, it's actually a rock climbing wall.
It's not.
It is indeed. Yeah, they're actually drilled into the drilled and secured into the studs, so it can support a decent amount of weight. Yeah. Yeah, my daughter. Yeah.
Monkey
Bryson,
man.
he comes over too.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like
he's brought the purple teaming process to his stairs. It's cultural, right? Charles talked about this. It's cultural. And so if you include the rock climbing as part of going upstairs to the office to do your day job, that's culture.
Exactly.
That's an overcomplicated culture.
I just totally made it up. So there you go.
Is the change advisory board upstairs?
Well, yeah,
I'm
what
sorry,
we actually do is my daughter and I, she'll be on the stairs. Actually, I'll be on the rock climbing wall. She'll be on the stairs. And I'm like, I'm going to move over here. Can you see me? And can you catch me if I fall? She'll be on the stairs and turn around and be like, no, I can't. I can't see you. I'm not going to catch you. And now I know the purple team failed. Yeah, great question. I love it. Yeah, if you're ever in the DC area, you can check it out.
No, don't say that, because I will actually turn up with my harness.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah, I actually
I'm
spent.
not good. I'm rubbish.
You know what? It's all about practice. I spent 10 days out in the Mojave just climbing for 10 days. It was like beautiful. This is pre-COVID, obviously. But also what you don't see is once you do the wall, there's a wet bar right there.
Oh, so there's an incentive.
That's it.
After you complete your purple
brilliant.
team exercise, you have to celebrate with the team so that everybody is a part of that culture of success.
Yeah, in fact,
God.
the going in measure, see, tying it back to the talk, is how quickly can I get up the wall to get the best whiskey, or also, yeah, I'd go with the whiskey. Yeah. And how many shots can I do before the next person gets up the wall? Those are good. Talk about measures. Those are good measures.
And how far can I get up the wall when I've done all the shots?
Yes, I gotta go back down.
Do it all again.
Increasing the sophistication of the threat.
You're Oprah Winfreying the whole thing, Bryson.
Buy my book.
It's all about the journey.
Ryan, thank you very much for sharing this, and your slides will be available on Discord, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the question. Thanks, Bryson.
Next up, we have Sounil Yu with how to use the purple team to point stakeholders to defensible infrastructure. I feel like your whole talk was in the length of that title.
I tried to shorten it, but yes, I as you see, I failed. So
you have presentation rights, so you should be able to throw up your presentation. For those of you who don't know Sounil, if you've heard any of my talks or any time about anything I do, I talk about the smartest person in cybersecurity. That's this guy.
I always usually say that Bryson doesn't know enough people.
Also true.
But anyway, I appreciate the intro. So I'm Sounil Yu, and I'm currently the CISO in residence at YL Ventures, and formerly the Chief Security Scientist at Bank of America. And today I'm going to share with you some perspectives I've had in actually running essentially what would be a purple team at Bank of America. So the role that I had as the Chief Security Scientist you may wonder, like, what does a chief security scientist do? Well, my general mandate was to drive perspectives and actions and technologies on, like, what is to be able to be ready for the next generation of threats, next generation of attacks, and to be able to have the right set of technologies and processes in place to be able to tackle those. And as a part of that, I actually had the opportunity to run the red team, the hunt team, and an R&D team, and to kind of provide some perspectives of how I look at the combination of these three teams. You essentially have the red team that's trying to get around all your different controls. You have the hunt team that's trying to find the red team, and then you have the R&D team that's basically trying to get bigger magnifying glasses and ways to close that hole in the wall, as well as to make taller walls, as well as to fill in the holes that you see on the ground. So the combination of those different teams, in some respects, was a progenitor, if you will, to, I think, what we currently call the purple team. We didn't call it the purple team back then, but it's essentially, it brought these different disciplines together. And what I did when I ran these different teams, I basically had them counterbalanced against each other. I created these metrics and these different goals for each team to be able to play off of each other. And so you see some of them here. Ryan's talk goes into much greater detail in terms of the different measurements and metrics that we can use. But in essence, for what I did, I basically said, look, the red team, your goal is to have the greatest dwell time in the world, the largest dwell time, and to be able to get in and or get back in as quickly as possible. The hunt team, of course, would be trying to find them, but more importantly, we want to operationalize the detections that they find, so that it's not just the hunt team that finds it, but also the blue team. So I didn't actually run the blue team. I ran what essentially fed the blue team the different detections that they should be incorporating into the infrastructure that we have. And then the R&D team, we tried to find the right countermeasures that prevented the red team from even getting in, and making sure that the hunt team had the right set of tools. Well, as I tried to work to improve our measurements here, for example, like lowering the dwell time or lengthening the time for reentry, what I discovered was that they all pointed me to something about what makes systems and infrastructure more defensible. And it's not what you might think. It's not what you might expect, okay? What you might expect is what is sort of represented here. So there's a lot of countermeasures that we can put forth. And to understand what countermeasures we might that might be needed, I created this framework called the Cyber Defense Matrix. It's one of the things that we want to avoid in security is a silent failure. But how do we know where a silent failure might occur? I mean, do we know what the attack space is? The Cyber Defense Matrix is something that I created to help me understand this attack space. It's basically a simple matrix that consists of two dimensions: the things that we care about, devices, apps, networks, data, and users, and the things that we do, and it's basically the NIST cybersecurity framework. And so this matrix helps me understand the attack space to be able to avoid silent failures, meaning if an attacker is able to attack one of these areas, then let's make sure that I have a control there to be able to address that. Now, I can fill this with a bunch of countermeasures and hunting tools, but does that really make a difference? Okay, does this actually move us towards defensible infrastructure? Because I think that's how I came in thinking that, sure, I put in all these things and that makes my infrastructure more defensible. But I've come to realize that there might be a better way to think about how we move towards defensible infrastructure. And as a way to think about it, I want to point to another model that my friend Josh Corman presented a while back. And he calls it the survival guide pyramid. And he gave this analogy around how we survive in a zombie attack. Okay, so if you want to survive in a zombie attack, you want to choose defensible infrastructure. You want to, so if you have a structure that you can run to that's more fortified, then you want the defensible infrastructure. You want to have IT operational excellence. You want to make sure that the teammates that you have, you're asking if you're in the midst of a zombie attack, You want to know that if your teammates are going to get you killed, or if you're going to be able to survive the night with your teammates. So that's what you want to have with operational discipline. You want to also make sure that you know what you have, know what changes. You want to have good operational hygiene. You don't want any unplanned changes. These are all things that are what we see in good IT operational disciplines. Next, you want situational awareness. You don't want to be fighting in the dark. You need light, you need visibility, you need to be able to hear these whispers, you need to be able to have a good understanding of what your environment is. So before you buy countermeasures, you want more visibility. You want to see stuff sooner and be able to act more promptly. And then lastly, in that context, now you look for countermeasures, okay? Now, the alternative approach is basically like an inverted pyramid. You build on indefensible infrastructure, and that requires more operational discipline. And usually what we get instead of operational discipline is we get operational confusion. We don't know what's going on. Changes happen and we have no idea what change happened and who did it. Indefensible infrastructure also requires more situational awareness, but oftentimes, again, we're left with situational blindness. And all this requires a lot more countermeasures. And this becomes very expensive and very prone to failure. So there's this concept that we have, again, with a zombie attack. If you're under a zombie attack, then you want to head towards defensible infrastructure. Now, again, when we hear that, we oftentimes think, okay, well, we want these fortified buildings, right? So imagine, go back to the old tale of the three little pigs. You want to choose a straw house, a wood house, or a brick house, or this fortress. And of course, we want to pick the fortress. But is that what defensible infrastructure is? Okay, I mean, sure, maybe in a zombie attack, in a physical world sort of thing, yes, I would like to have a fortress. But in the IT environments that we live in, is the fortress mentality the right mentality that we need to think through? And so I wanted to offer a different analogy to think about what is defensible, okay? And so we have the three little pigs and the fortress mentality, which we know tends to lend itself towards this perimeter concept and those sort of things. And we've been burned by that many times. So let me offer a slightly different analogy, and it's one that involves pets and cattle. All right, so pets and cattle. What's the difference between those two? So pets, those are things that you give it a familiar name. When it gets sick, you take it to the vet, and you like giving it hugs. So this is how we build systems, or how we've been building systems for a while. And these will look like your laptop, your personal laptop. These will be things like your social security number. And when it comes to traditional systems that are built in the traditional way, when it needs a patch, you, again, tend to it, you patch it, you fix it whenever it gets sick. Cattle, on the other hand, are things that you can't even pronounce the name of it because it's full of a bunch of different symbols and letters and characters. And when it gets sick, you just basically shoot it and you move on. And these are things like Docker containers and Lambda functions and credit card numbers that continuously change. Now, when it comes to this paradigm, I think it's important to be able to recognize the distinction between pets and cattle, especially as we think about what we do in risk management, because if we consider the risk management equation, the traditional risk management equation, we look at it as this product of likelihood and impact. But the problem is that when it comes to the likelihood side of the equation, we have a never-ending set of vulnerabilities that get worse over time. And we have this never-ending set of threats that only get better over time. So vulnerabilities get worse over time. Vulnerabilities age like milk. Threats get better over time. Threats age like wine. And the combination of those two is causing likelihood to go up. So the one thing that's really within our control is impact. And what we need to be able to do to reduce risk is to be able to drive impact down. And so the perspective here is a lot of what we consider to be defensible infrastructure and the tools and the capabilities that we put forth to defend our infrastructure is really to try to drive likelihood down. And that may be, over the long term, that may be a pretty difficult proposition. So what can we do then to look at the impact and to drive that down? And so with respect to that, I propose a new way to think about defensible infrastructure, and I would offer a different perspective called the DIE triad. So the DIE triad, DIE stands for distributed, immutable, and ephemeral. And when it comes to each of these different attributes, they confer various security benefits. So if it's distributed, it's resistant to any sort of DDoS attack. If it's immutable, it's easier to find changes, especially unauthorized changes. If it's ephemeral, it's really hard to maintain attacker persistence. So what I found was that when I considered the metrics for the purple team, sure, I wanted to be able to increase our ability to find, or to shorten the amount of time it took us to find an attacker. And I can buy a bunch of hunting tools and whatever else it might be. Or I wanted to be able to make attacker persistence hard. So I try to find all these points of persistence and boot them out and so on and so forth. But I realized there might be actually a different way to tackle this problem. So I can put in, again, a bunch of countermeasures, and those countermeasures are oftentimes what we see as the CIA triad, or I can build towards DIE and not need as many countermeasures. Okay, so if I build towards the DIE triad, then I don't have to worry as much about the CIA triad. The perspective here is that they offset effectively each other. And if I build towards ephemerality, then I have a lesser burden or lesser need for confidentiality. If I build something that's more immutable, then I have a lesser need for integrity. If I build something to be distributed, then I have lesser needs for the availability of a given component. But more importantly, for the purple team, it actually helped me drive my metrics towards the direction I wanted, but without having to do more CIA. Okay, which was, I thought, really interesting, because we come in with, as a security professional, thinking, hey, we need to do more security stuff. We need to put in more countermeasures. But if we build towards more defensible infrastructure, but the type of defensible infrastructure that you see here, then our job actually becomes easier. And so when we look at CIA versus DIE, it's important to recognize that when it comes to our pets, we have to CIA them, okay? But when it comes to cattle, we can let them DIE. We build them to DIE. And when it comes to the attacks that we see, or when we have the red team come in and attack your pets, all right, well, you're gonna need a lot of countermeasures for those pets. And that may not be something that you can really avoid, because once you have a pet, yes, you are obligated to protect that pet. But cattle, on the other hand, who cares? Let the red team at it, let them take it over. I was gonna blow it away anyway. And so it's a different sort of perspective of how we think about the problem space. And when we look at it from that sort of perspective, we also have a different perspective of what our role might be within security. So if you're a veterinarian, well, generally you want people to have more pets, because that's going to be more lucrative for you. But consider how our goals may change if our goal is to actually try to reduce the number of pets, and we want to discourage or disincentivize pet creation. In fact, we not only want to disincentivize it, but we want to get people to actively reduce the number of pets that they have today. Okay. Now, getting rid of pets are hard. Once you have a pet, you kind of want the pet to live forever, which, you know, if anybody who has a pet, you establish an emotional attachment to it, and then, well, you kind of want that pet to live for a long time. But ultimately, we have to decommission them at some point, get rid of them at some point. And so there's different ways that we can drive towards that. But we could also exercise better control as to what pets are created to begin with. And so anything that violates the principles of the DIE triad we would then try to put in safeguards and controls that minimize the conversion of cattle into pets. Keeping in mind that one of the attributes of DIE is ephemerality. So if you do nothing, okay, if you do nothing, then you're starting to violate the principle of ephemerality, meaning this cattle that you built, if you do nothing, it will continue to live longer and longer. And at some point, it starts looking more and more like a pet. If you start modifying that cattle in place, if you even patch it in place, all right, it's starting to become more and more like a pet. And so what we want to think about is what kind of controls can we put in that let people know you're about to adopt a pet. And if you're willing to sign up to give this pet a lifetime of love, care, and attention, all right, more power to you, but just know that you're now obligated to take care of this pet forever. And if it runs out into the street, if it goes out into the street and it gets run over by a car, then the SPCA or the CCPA is going to come after you. So, you know, just putting you on notice that that's what's going to happen. But like I said, it changes our roles to, from being just strictly a veterinarian to also being a pet control officer. And so as we think about where we're heading with respect to building or encouraging people to go towards more defensible infrastructure, it's getting people to build more cattle, but also preventing them from, or at least warning them before they start adopting more and more pets. And these are things that are actually very measurable as well. And so when it comes to using the purple team to drive people towards defensible infrastructure, we can see those statistics in terms of, at least I was able to see statistics in terms of their ability to maintain persistence in certain environments when those environments went away pretty quickly, right? And so one of the measurements that we can put forth here is this notion of, so if I use ephemerality as a metric, as a measurement, okay, I can do something like look at the uptime of all my systems and then determine which systems I have that are more pet-like and which systems I have that are more cattle-like. Those systems that have a longer lifetime tend to be more pet-like, and those that have a very short lifetime tend to be more cattle-like. I want the, if I'm gonna try to drive my stakeholders towards having more cattle, then I want them to recognize that the red team attacking the cattle, and at the end of the day, it has very little impact, whereas the red team attacking pets have a lot of impact. Now, you may wonder, okay, well, what's a pet, what's a cattle here? And we can set an arbitrary time frame, just say, let's say 40 days, okay? And anything older than 40 days is a pet, anything younger than 40 days is cattle. And say, okay, we only have 500 pets, that's great. Well, maybe, it's great. 2.5% of our environment is pets. And if my team's large enough, we have enough vets for these pets that we have, all right? But I may not be comfortable 40 days. I mean, if you think about attacker persistence, 40 days is quite a long time to be able to have a lot of damage. So let's suppose I want to drive that down to 10 days, all right? But now I have 2,000 pets and I don't have enough people to manage those pets or to be able to secure those pets. So let me now set new goals that push for fewer pets and shorter lived cattle. Let's set a target that says, look, let's try to keep, make sure that nothing becomes a pet without us knowing about it after 10 days. And let's try to get the number of pets down to something more manageable. And so again, this is another way to think about how we can represent, try to drive towards defensible infrastructure here. Now, you may also wonder, like, what do we mean by defensible infrastructure that aligns with DIE? And so I wanted to offer some thoughts there too, in terms of capabilities that we see that enable us to actually build towards DIE. And the cloud native world, or just infrastructure as a service providers, really already align heavily towards DIE. If you think about the cattle notion, the notion of cattle, pets and cattle actually came about when people were trying to describe how we should build things in the cloud. And so I have this adage that I say, which is pets on-prem, cattle in the cloud. If you're putting cattle in the cloud, that's exactly where it should go. If you're going to put a pet in the cloud, just take the necessary precautions so that you don't have that pet unprotected in the cloud. Okay, and it requires different types of protections, but know that you still need to CIA that pet, and CIAing that pet in the wild, out in the cloud, where it could potentially be very hazardous to that pet. If you're doing that not without the proper precautions, then that pet's going to get run over pretty badly. But cattle, on the other hand, you don't care. You build towards DIE for the cattle, and that's exactly how it should be built. And if that cattle gets run over or gets sick, again, you shoot it and you move on. And whether you're using AWS capabilities or there's a whole bunch of things within the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, lots of different tools, lots of different capabilities out there that will help you build towards DIE. All right, so the other perspective then to offer is, again, let's go back to the Purple team. What can I do to be able to share with my stakeholders to say, let's build towards defensible infrastructure. Let's find ways where we can use the metrics from the Purple team to, again, nudge people there. And I think I came up with this as a result of Bryce and our conversations around constraining the attacker space. I think I still have some minor divergences from how you think about it, but nonetheless, this perspective of how do we constrain the attacker space, right? But how do we actually even show that? I want to be able to show that here, right? Because I want people to see that, okay, we have, you can take the CrowdStrike report and show, according to CrowdStrike, we have all these different APTs attacking, being represented in the matrix here and saying, here's where all these attacks are emerging. And if you're going to build something using traditional web architectures, you have all this attack surface. But if you're going to build it using a serverless function, we've now eliminated significant parts of the attack surface. That is why we want you to go towards something like this, more defensible infrastructure. Bryson, you want to say something?
Yeah, no, so this came around the concept that I had that I first put out at a ShmooCon Fire Talk about, going on 3 years ago, about the fact that the way that an attacker is constrained is that once they're in the post-access environment, so they pop shell, they're there, is that the code that they put down goes along 2 axes. It has to communicate and it's going to do things. So communications and capabilities. And communications is an inherently limited function because I'm constrained to the protocols that are in your environment, and there's only so many computer protocols, period. So that's a finite access. And then if we look at what they do is also going to be along a predictable line of an attack chain. Now, the challenge here starts to get into, if we're going into the market of, does it matter that I can turn that into a checklist, or does it matter if it's state-based? And so my hypothesis is that the attack chain across those axes has to be state-based, but it's a hypothesis. There's not been enough data along this research for anybody to definitively make that statement other than to conceptually argue it.
Well, so it's interesting you point that out, because one of the key attributes of this notion of DIE is that many of the assets that we see in DIE are actually stateless, right? And the more that you build off of stateless components, again, the harder it is for an attacker to attack it. And so again, it provides another way to constrain what the attacker, what you're exposing to the attacker as well.
Yeah, and that's what I like about your model, is it's the CISO's perspective of how do I look at my architecture and put it into these categories that help me prioritize and build natural processes for the defense of them.
That's right. And ultimately, again, moving towards what I would label as defensible architecture, or defensible infrastructure, but not defensible because you've put all these countermeasures on, but because you've picked the components that are, in my view, DIE-like. Now, defensible infrastructure is just part of it. I mentioned earlier that we also need to be able to pay attention to operational discipline and situational awareness. And so when it comes to operational discipline, one of the things that we want to be able to test in our red team is more than just popping a box. I mean, we've been there, done that. And frankly, there are a bunch of tools that can help us do that. And so I was thinking about, how do I really differentiate what the red team is supposed to do relative to all these other things that we see in the marketplace? And I run the danger of pigeonholing or marginalizing the red team here. Hopefully, or I run the danger of marginalizing a group of people who are sophisticated enough to go and attack me. But hopefully that this will make sense. So when I think about the different activities that we do, what I want to be able to ensure I have operational discipline in is all the different functions associated with identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover across all the different domains that you see. So I need to make sure that I'm exercising operational discipline throughout this entire process. Well, what is it that we test in each of those different cases then? What should I be asking the red team to do? Okay. What should I actually be looking at technology to do on my behalf? And if I am going to have some person do something, then what is it really that I'm asking that person to do? Okay. All right. So that I was trying to think through that, and I came to this realization that in each of the different columns, if you will, of identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover, I'm actually testing something slightly different. So in the first column, we have tools that do vulnerability assessment. But my question is, what is it that we are actually testing? What is the control that we're testing? And I would argue that we're testing essentially configuration controls. Did we misconfigure something? Did we build something that was full of vulnerabilities, which shouldn't be built with vulnerabilities at all? Okay, I mean, controllable vulnerabilities, things that we know. Did we misconfigure it? Did we bake it in with vulnerabilities to begin with? And so the first set of controls would be a vulnerability assessment. Now, sure, I can hire somebody from Project Zero and have them find new vulnerabilities and so on and so forth. But the preponderance of this type of activity is going to be done by technology, where we know what to look for, and we just systematically, continuously look for it to make sure that we don't build systems that are misconfigured or have vulnerabilities that we know of. The next stage is testing then preventative controls. Now, if there are vulnerabilities that emerge, okay, what are we doing to make sure that those vulnerabilities are being addressed or being mitigated? And the whole notion of the way I would look at penetration testing is one of the common complaints that we have is asking for a pen test and just getting a vulnerability assessment, right? Like, that's not what I expected more. Well, what is it more that I'm expecting? I'm expecting to see whether or not that vulnerability is actually exploitable, okay? And that's it. Let's consider that to be the full scope. I don't need for you to go much more past the penetration portion. I just need to know whether or not a particular vulnerability is actually exploitable, okay? Whether or not a mitigation I put in actually mitigates, right? All right, then the next stage is detect. And here, what I'm testing, of course, are detective controls. And the question that I'm asking here is, if I know of a particular vulnerability or an issue that I can't fully protect myself from, at the very least, I want to know when something happens. And in particular, what I want to know is, does it get logged? Does it get logged and triggered such that it eventually appears in some analyst dashboard? Now, before an analyst actually sees it, I'm happy to suppress it because I don't need to necessarily create noise for that analyst, okay? And I think there's a bunch of breach and attack simulation tools that do that activity on a regular basis. And the purpose that I would put for it is really just to test these detective controls. Can I make sure that there's not a silent failure of a detective control, in that it doesn't get alerted or the data doesn't get to the right place and the analysts wouldn't otherwise see it. So that's the test that I want to do here for the detect side. And then last but not least is then the red team. And I put the red team here at the very end to say, okay, well, what is it that fundamentally I'm asking them to do? Am I asking them to pop a box? No. Am I asking them to find the latest ODay? No. What am I really asking them to do? I'm asking them to test our response controls. So in this case, I want an actual event to show up on somebody's dashboard, and I want to know, does the blue team actually respond to it? What do they do, right? And I want to be able to assess that and make sure that across all these different functions that we have operational discipline in how we configure, how we take preventative actions, how we make sure that our data detection engineering and data engineering activities are done right, and that our incident response and incident management processes are all happening properly as well. Okay, so all these processes that undergird our ability to exercise good operational discipline. And I think the red team is, the purple team as a whole, and the red team in particular here, is a key part of making that happen, making sure that we are actually exercising the right set of operational disciplines that undergird all these different processes. So that's operational discipline. And then lastly, situational awareness. We want to make sure that the hunt team has the information that they need to be able to find the activities that the red team would trigger, and that they know with a higher degree of certainty that this is something that is a legitimate issue. It's not a false positive. And so there's a lot of measurements that we can factor in here. Like, is the data there? How far does it go back? Does it answer the question that I have? And the goal here is not necessarily to just get deeper situational awareness in a given domain, but rather focus on getting the broader or more comprehensive view of situational awareness across as many domains as possible. That helps us eliminate false positives more quickly. And again, this is enabled through defensible infrastructure, because the type of systems that I'm talking about that are built to be DIE, they tend to already be well instrumented, because the visibility is actually an inherent part of how we manage and operate those systems. And so you build towards DIE, and we end up being able to support things like situational awareness. And again, it could be coupled with the activities that we do with the purple team to reinforce this notion that you build towards this more defensible infrastructure, and we gain more visibility as a result of that. So in summary, again, we should leverage these purple team metrics to be able to point stakeholders to defensible infrastructure. I would define defensible infrastructure as those things that have the qualities of being distributed, immutable, and ephemeral. Now, unfortunately, not everything is defensible, right? And so if you want to find a countermeasure for your pets, or what I would call indefensible infrastructure, then the cyber defense matrix can be useful to help you find those countermeasures. But it gets pretty expensive, right? And so I think that our best countermeasure is to avoid creating pets at all, or try to minimize that as much as possible, and instead promote cattle creation. And so with that, I throw out my statement: death to the CIA. I'm sorry, death to CIA, not the CIA. Death to CIA. Long live DIE.
For the American Intelligence Agency that's listening, that's Sounil Yu.
I said to CIA. Anyway.
We have a question here. Have you done any work on crosswalking this model to practices from different but potentially analogous domains like aviation or medicine or meteorology?
Meteorology, is that what I heard?
Meteorology, just crosswalking this to other domains, and those were examples that were offered.
That's the first time I've ever heard meteorology, but if you're referring to the DIE triad, the answer is yes. And the hardest way to think about it is with physical manifestations, but it turns out to be a little easier than you think when we apply the right concepts to it. So let me apply a couple of physical manifestations. DIE versus CIA, okay, or pets versus cattle. Let's take fighter pilots, okay? Fighter pilots are pets, drones are cattle, okay? Let's apply that to energy infrastructure. Nuclear power plants are pets. Localized solar production would be cattle. Now, some of these analogies get a little harder when it comes to well, actually, so hopefully that makes sense. But one of the common questions I get is, well, what about data? Doesn't data seem like a pet all the time? And the answer is, well, sort of, but there's an interesting movement that's happening within the privacy ecosystem that is driving us that is penalizing people for having data pets and trying to encourage people to instead have data cattle. And ironically, the means by which we do that is through what's called privacy enhancing technologies, which has the acronym PET. But there's a whole bunch of privacy enhancing technologies that essentially allow us to, instead of building more data pets, to actually build data cattle instead. And these are things like secure multi-party computation, federated learning, homomorphic encryption, differential privacy. There's all these different technologies that are emerging right now that will help us do that too. All right, hopefully, I don't know if I answered the question properly, but that was how I would look at it.
Well, Bob didn't ask a follow-up on it, so we'll take that as a yes. I don't know if Ty and Eliza May are on.
Yes, I am. Sorry, I could not find the mute button. That happens when you've had quite a few gins. Fantastic talk.
Okay, thanks.
Cheers.
Is there a question? All right.
All right, everybody, we're going to be heading over to the main track for closing remarks. Sounil, again, I think you continue to hold the banner to the fact that I don't know that many people, and you're the smartest person I know in cybersecurity.
Thanks.
Sounil, we have one more question.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of cows, how do you hire for your steak?
So Josh tells me that your sacred cows make the best hamburgers. And our sacred cows are not pets, right? So pets make the best hamburgers. I like it medium rare. Thank you.
Ah, me too. That was it.
So I have a question. You said your sacred cows make the best hamburgers. Are you intentionally saying hamburger versus steak?
Sure. No. It was a.
Because I thought that was even funnier, right? Like the best, your sacred cows make like the best steak, and it's like, oh, because it's a sacred cow, it's so delicious. But then to like on top of that, like turn it into a burger, which is just ground meat, where you're like, what's the point? That's why I was curious.
Burgers are amazing.
This shows why it's so important to always keep your stakeholders involved.
Ha.
Wink, wink.
Okay. I'll be sure to remember those puns for the next time I deliver this.
Dad unicorn.
All right. Anyway,
right.
Thank you for having me.
All right, everybody, in the executive track, we're heading over to the main track to join George and company. Sounil, good to see you again.